It is 5 a.m. I'm not Joan Jones, and I've got your top stories. We'll get you a weather forecast, and we do have some traffic issues already this morning. Good morning. I'm Jay Harper. A Nashville family is grieving after a senseless killing. A 16-year-old boy was fatally shot after a high school game Friday night. Channel 2's Liz DeSantis has more.
Brittany Frierson is trying to find the words for a pain no mother expects to know. Friday night, her 16-year-old son Cameron went to a high school football game. He never came home. Police say the Hunters Lane High School junior was shot multiple times on Herman Street near 25th Avenue North after a football game at nearby Pearl Cone High School had ended. At 16, he was already planning on what came next, to graduate, learn HVAC, and make enough money to support his family. Now, instead of helping her son get ready for prom, Brittany is raising money to bury him.
The investigation remains active. Authorities have not released a motive. The Youth Peace and Justice Foundation has offered up to $5,000 for information that leads to the identification and arrest of whoever is responsible for the shooting. On the national front, the Trump administration is set to unveil what it's calling an economic D-Day against Iran. It promises the economic penalties will be the toughest in history in hopes of triggering an end to the nearly 6-month-old war. ABC's Karen Hua is in D.C.
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent writing, the sanctions will be the single greatest financial offensive ever marshaled against an adversary, saying the goal is to sever every economic lifeline until Tehran stands alone. Iran responding with its own threats, warning if the economic war continues, not a single drop of oil will be exported through the Strait of Hormuz.
We now turn to the market numbers report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. They are online at beaconcm.com. With this morning's report, here's Jim Ryan.
Stock futures were lower overnight after the major averages posted higher readings Friday. The Dow ended last week with a 518-point gain to close at 53,277. The S&P and NASDAQ rose an identical 0.43%. The largest of the dozen states suing to stop the $111 billion merger of Paramount and Warner Brothers has canceled today's scheduled settlement talks. California AG Rob Bonta says Paramount acted in bad faith by leaking the details of a meeting held Friday. The newest trade war is the latest iteration of an old one. After negotiations fell apart, President Trump hit about $20 billion worth of Canadian imports with 50% tariffs. Canada says it'll match those tariffs, quote, dollar for dollar. Meanwhile, a ban on the importation of Mexican cattle into the U.S. comes to an end today. The embargo was imposed earlier this summer to prevent the spread of the potentially deadly New World screwworm among U.S. cattle herds.
Stock futures before the opening bell. The Dow is down 15, the S&P is down 11, and the NASDAQ, it is down 153. Taking a look at oil prices, Brent crude is down a bit at $92.94 a barrel, and just the regular crude, $85.18 a barrel, and it's down 2%. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather. We've got some traffic issues. Stand by for the report. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News.
Thinking of retiring soon? Well, don't miss out on Retirement Renegade with Andrew Winnett every Sunday morning at 6 o'clock. Join us as Andrew dives into the latest trends and headlines that could shake up your retirement plans.
New truck or a minivan,
whether you're just starting to plan
SUV,
or have already retired,
they can help you
this
out
show
with
covers
great
everything
selection,
that you need to
terrific
know
pricing
and
as
more.
well.
So
Mid-10
remember
Ford,
to set
they've
your
been
alarm
around
for
for
6
56
o'clock every
years,
Sunday morning
since
and tune
1969,
into
helping
Retirement
people get
Renegade
the
with
vehicle
Andrew
that is
Winnett.
right
Firm
for
provides
them.
insurance
They can help you
services.
save $1,000 or more on select Ford trucks. They also offer special financing as well if you need it. Now, Mid-10 Ford, I like to say that they're a one-stop shop. You can buy your vehicle there at Mid-10 Ford. You can get it serviced. They have a body shop as well. So you want a brand new or a pre-owned vehicle, you can check out all of the great deals at their website, mid10fordtrucks.com. That's mid10fordtrucks.com. They offer low-pressure sales, maximum customer service if you show up at their business, 1319 Foster Avenue. This is a family-owned business going back 4 generations. So, yeah, they do know how to treat customers. So let them help you get into your next vehicle. Again, low-pressure sales, maximum customer service. Find them online, mid10fordtrucks.com. That's mid10fordtrucks.com. Let their family take care of your family.
Would some extra income or maybe a new career be something that would ease some of the stress? A place where you could learn about money? This is Roy Mountain Jr. In today's world, you definitely need a work-from-home option. Visit RoyMountainLikeJr.com and find out about our expansion and click Join the Team.
Not a good way to start things out. In Hermitage, Interstate 40 eastbound, between exits 219 and 221A, the interstate there closed for a crash. The crash is just before the Central Pike exit. An overturned garbage truck and an SUV got into it. The SUV caught fire. There is a fatality in this crash. Again, that is Interstate 40 eastbound. That's headed out of the city between Stewart's Ferry Pike and Central Pike. Also in Hermitage, I-40 eastbound at Old Hickory Boulevard East, not far from this other crash. This is exit 221B. We have a wreck. And in Fairview now, 40 eastbound at the Williamson-Cheatham County line, a crash blocking the right lane. I'm Jay Harper.
.507 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Hope you are doing well, and welcome on in to your Monday. It is August 24th, otherwise known as Financial D-Day for Iran. We're going to get into that. You heard Jay Harper talking about that. By the way, nice day today, mostly sunny. Highs near 88. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Yes, indeed. It is D-Day financially for Iran. That does begin today. At some point, I don't know, Jay, if they have said when the big press conference from Scott Bessent is, but one of the things that he did over the weekend was he did an op-ed in the Financial Times. I'm going to read some of the select passages for you. Now, of course, I'm going to say it for all of us. You know, we've all been waiting for this war to end. And so the question that I've been asking for quite some time now is, okay, why didn't we have Financial D-Day like months ago? I'm going to put all that aside. We know. What is going to happen today? This is what the Daily Mail talks about as they report on the op-ed in the Financial Times of Scott Bessent. President Trump's Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent vowing on Sunday that the U.S. is set to launch the single greatest financial offensive ever against Iran. And by the way, Iran is threatening to retaliate. We'll talk about that real quick. But one of the things that Bessent hinted at, what the offensive may look like in this op-ed for the Financial Times on Sunday, he directly threatened any country that does business with the Islamic Republic. China, we're looking at you, right? I mean, that is clearly, you're talking about China, you're talking about Russia, you are talking about North Korea, among others. Scott Bessent wrote, at dawn begins an economic D-Day, the single greatest financial offensive ever marshaled against an adversary, Scott Bessent wrote ahead of a scheduled news conference on Monday afternoon. I cannot wait to see what it is that he has up his sleeve. He talks about how the president has decimated Iran's economy. It's never been weaker. Inflation has rarely been higher in Iran, saying the regime's final refuge now lies in the self-deception of fearful nations that still believe accommodating aggression can secure a durable peace. Bessent then went on to hit out at Iran's enablers. Again, China, we're looking at you. Russia, we're looking at you, who are buying petroleum from Iran and turn a blind eye to seaborne fuel transfers and the illicit use of their banks, all while concealing the extent of their complicity. By the way, coming up at 7:05, E.J. Antoni is going to be joining us here on Super Talk 99.7. I would say that he is one of the country's foremost experts on not only our economy, but the war in Iran and how it relates to oil and oil prices. And by the way, there's some big news on what's been going on through the Strait of Hormuz. I've got that coming up for you in mere moments. Scott Bessent, of course, as I said, hitting out at Iran's enablers, saying, in short, these countries calculate appeasement of the regime to be the safer course, but they would do well to consider the consequences of sustaining it, Scott Bessent wrote again in this Financial Times op-ed. You know, one of the things that is happening is you've got us threatening these other countries, Scott Bessent in the United States, threatening these other countries. Iran is threatening these other countries as well. So if you're, say, for example, China or Russia or North Korea, and you've been doing business with Iran, now here we come saying, okay, so if you continue to help Iran's economy, not only are we coming after Iran, but we're coming after you too. And so now Iran is saying, okay, if you are going to side with the U.S., Iran is saying, then we will target you as well as America. So you got some of these countries that are sort of caught in the middle, if you will. In short, Scott Bessent says, we're coming after Iran. He then vowed that any country that severs ties with Iran will deepen their access to global capital, reinforce confidence in their markets, and attain the standing they seek in the world economy. In other words, you side with the good guys here, which, you know, obviously would be us. So you side with America, and you get access to not only our global capital, but it sounds like, you know, he's going to bring in other countries as well. He says the alternative for those who tether themselves to Tehran is the foreclosure of any path to lasting prosperity. Bessent warning, noting, to become a sanctuary for terror is to become, in the eyes of the United States, a global pariah. I love what Scott Bessent is doing. This is exactly what we've been talking about. If you are somebody who has been saying, and I've been saying this for a while now, can we just, you know, drop the flipping hammer already? It's like we just need to get this done. Whether we're talking about militarily or economically, we need to just simply get this done. Got a piece of video and audio. This is the Treasury Secretary over the weekend talking about what is happening next with Iran.
The economic pressure means that we are going to all of our allies, and this is going to be the greatest coordinated economic isolation in the history of the world. If we are doing the maximum economic pressure, then that means that likely there will not be a large-scale kinetic restart. We are going to collapse this regime.
I mean, that's what he says. Scott Bessent, we are going to collapse this regime.
By the way, Dan, the press conference slated for 1 p.m. our time.
1 p.m. our time. Thank you, Jay Harper. Very much appreciated. And that's going to be during, Chad's show, right? So we'll let him have all the fun. We'll certainly be talking about this tomorrow. But I got to tell you, it's going to be fascinating to watch how this whole thing plays out. The question is, and, you know, I know that I sound like a broken record on some of this stuff, but at what point do we just go all in? I mean, that's been the frustrating part, is no matter what we do, Iran has been able to survive. Iran has been able to withstand our not only military attacks, but also our economic attacks as well. So my question, one of my questions to E.J. Antoni is going to be, and by the way, if you don't know, he is lead economist for the Heritage Foundation. And I'm going to ask him, what is left on the table? What is left on the table? Now, there's big news coming up out of the Strait of Hormuz. Details straight ahead, or straight ahead, as we like to say. It is 5:15 on Super Talk 99.7. Time to check the roads.
Yeah, Dan, we still have a pretty serious situation on Interstate 40 eastbound out in Hermitage. The interstate, for all intents and purposes there, shut down due to a fatal crash involving a garbage truck and an SUV that caught on fire. This is between Stewart's Ferry Pike and Central Pike, and the crash is just before the Central Pike exit. Also, 40 eastbound at the Cheatham-Williamson County line, the right lane blocked there in Fairview due to a wreck. And 40 eastbound, this is another Hermitage crash at Old Hickory Boulevard East. That's exit 221B. So getting off to a rough start this morning. I'm Jay Harper.
Thank you, Jay. As far as your weather goes, mostly sunny today and a high near 88. Appreciate you listening to Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Super text line is open, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. So word is now, and there might be some gamesmanship game playing going on here, some gamesmanship, but the Trump administration saying that the number of ships traveling through the Strait of Hormuz is up 400%. That's what they're saying, that ships, and we talked about this on Friday. I think it was Friday or Thursday, where we spoke about the Strait of Hormuz, where we have been, remember what we did, to retrace a little bit, part of what we did in the Strait of Hormuz, and gas prices, I'm going to be honest with you, I mean, am I happy with where they are? No. But am I happy where they are related to where they could be or where the dire predictions were? Yeah, in that sense, sure, because we had people saying that they were going to be a lot higher. Now, that being said, I want them to be lower. We'll talk to EJ and Tony about that at 7:06 here on WTN. But apparently, the traffic going through the Strait of Hormuz is up 400%. Again, it's still a lot lower than it usually is. But, part of this conversation has to be that if what we reported to and what has been reported is true, which is, CENTCOM spoke about how we took out a lot of their satellites and a lot of the ways that we are able to, or they are able to monitor what has been going on in the Strait of Hormuz. We took a lot of that out. Their ability to monitor what's been going on has been taken out militarily. And so conversely, then we've been sneaking ships through the Strait of Hormuz, skirting that Oman, the coast of Oman. So we've been able to get a lot more ships through the Strait of Hormuz. Maybe that is why the price of gas has been lower than has been so direly predicted. So we did it smart. We took out their ability to monitor. We apparently took out some of those mines as well that they had planted in the Strait of Hormuz. Then we very smartly figured out a route that we could take through the Strait of Hormuz, skirting the coast of Oman, so that we would be able to get some of these ships through. So Trey Yingst was on Fox News a little bit ago, and this is part of what he said is happening not only in the Strait of Hormuz, but Iran's response to financial D-Day that apparently begins today for Iran.
Afternoon, reports do indicate that crossings through the Strait of Hormuz are up 400% over the past 2 weeks. This comes as the United States is overseeing vessels out of the Persian Gulf through a safer southern passage. The passage allows for millions of barrels of crude oil to be exported each day. In the backdrop, there is an ongoing U.S. naval blockade, and fresh sanctions are expected for Iran next week.
If Trump decides to take further action, our response, our retaliation, will be seismic. First, we will tell all neighboring countries and countries around the world not to join the United States in its economic war.
You know what? I have a question. My question would be to Mohsen Rezai, whatever, Iranian Security Secretary. Who do you think nations across the world are going to listen to? Do you think that they're going to listen to Iran, whose economy is in absolute tatters? Now, we're now $40 trillion in debt. I totally get that. I understand that. But still, we have a situation where you look at our economy versus Iran's economy. And regardless of what is happening with us, at the very least, we are a lot better than what is going on in Iran.
Any country that takes part in imposing economic restrictions on us will be regarded as an enemy. Of course, we will first negotiate with them. We will hold talks and tell them to step aside and distance themselves from the United States. But if they do not act, we will strike. We will target that country's interests.
Iran's parliament speaker and top negotiator Mohammad Khalibaf posted to X over the weekend saying, "We've received numerous messages from neighboring countries about shaping new security arrangements and economic cooperation in the region. The United States put the security of every single one of its allies at such risk through bullying and pure disregard for their foreign interests for the sake of Israel." While President Trump indicated that...
Yeah, so there you go. So they're talking, it's the usual talking point about Israel, and I have not been happy with Benjamin Netanyahu at times. However, for me, I still think we need to do what we need to do, and we need to do it right now. So I'm actually curious. I don't know, Jay, if you have the opportunity, the ability to pull up the oil futures at this point. I hate to.
Yeah, that's no problem.
Yeah, what are the oil futures right now? Are they reacting to all of this?
Not really. I mean, they're actually down a little bit. Brent oil, Brent crude down 1.5%, and the other just regular oil down 2 and a little over 2%. But the Brent crude at $92 a barrel, and the other oil is at $85 a barrel. So
right.
No real knee-jerk reactions just yet.
It is going up closer to $100 a barrel. So, I mean, that we'll talk to DJ Antoni about this. But, I mean, a few weeks ago, it was down to, I don't know, it got down to like 83, 84, $85. And now it is creeping ever so slowly back up. So we'll have to see if there is a market reaction to all of this. I would say that if there isn't, it's because we have heard a lot of this before. We've heard how many times? Well, Iran, they came and they wanted to negotiate with us, and so we're going to hold off. I mean, we've heard the tough talk time and time and time and time and time again. So maybe the market isn't necessarily reacting. The futures aren't necessarily reacting because we have heard all of this before. But, bottom line is we'll see what Scott Bessent says. We'll see if later today at 1 o'clock, and I'm assuming that was 1 o'clock our time.
That's correct.
Okay,
yes.
1 o'clock our time when they come out and they announce these sanctions. Are they going to be tough enough to, as Scott Bessent said, decimate this regime? We'll have to wait and see what happens. It is 5:22 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Jay Harper's got the news coming up at 5:30. Jay, what you got?
Yes, sir, Dan. The tariff war with Canada, it's in full bloom now, and we're going to hear more about this White House ballroom project. That just won't go away. We've got all of that at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Matt Murphy with Super Talk 99.7 WTN, and this morning we are out and about at my house, my brand new house that I've been talking about on the radio, with Nate from USS. What's up, brother? How are you?
I'm excellent. How about you?
I'm doing well.
Good.
We invited Nate out. Now, obviously, when you're a new homeowner, especially when you buy a house that's got a few years on it, you don't know what you're dealing with in terms of foundation. And I know that Nate knows a lot more about what I don't see and what I don't know about than I do. So bring the experts out and get them to check out your house. Hey guys, Matt Murphy again with Nate with USS, and Nate has just wrapped up kind of a look at the house. And Nate, what'd you find?
Well, your house is in pretty good shape for the age of it. I had to look pretty hard to find it.
Okay.
Your house being on a slope like it is here, I think we could do a lot of good by trying to terminate your downspouts a little
Okay.
further from the house there.
Okay.
Roof water is the killer of foundations, and so if we can just get it to a positive grade to drain away from your house, I think that's real cheap insurance.
You want to kind of get it out and downhill.
That's right. Yeah.
That's
So
the idea.
make sure that it doesn't come right back down towards the foundation walls, causing issues, settlement or leakage.
Now, if folks are watching this video and they are like, we need to get Nate out to the house to do a look. I mean, I watched you do it. It's, about 30, 45 minutes, something like that.
Yeah.
To do a comprehensive kind of an examination around the house. And they just give you a call and schedule?
Yeah, absolutely. You can call our main phone number, or you can call reach USSTN.com and schedule right through the website there. Our girls in the call center will get back to you just about immediately, as long as it's during business hours. So
this just makes a lot of sense, folks, for you guys to do an examination of your house like we've done, to check it out. I'm going to get those gutters done with Nate and his team at USS, and then we'll do a video and let you know how those look at the end of all of this. So thank you, guys.
Hey, that'd be great.
We appreciate you, brother.
Matt, we appreciate you.
.527, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And did we do traffic? I can't remember if we did traffic at like 5:25. But Jay, we still have those closures on 40 eastbound. Can we just throw those down real quick? I want to make sure we don't lose sight of the fact that 40 eastbound over. It's kind of by the airport.
Well, actually, this is in Hermitage. It's a little further out.
Yeah.
The airport. Yeah, the airport exits around 215, 216. So these are around exit. This is around exit 219 and 220, 221 out in Hermitage. But in looking at traffic cameras, it does look like traffic is starting to sneak by on the right shoulder. But this 40 eastbound out in Hermitage. Just before the Central Pike exit, we had a garbage truck and an SUV in a horrific crash, apparently. The SUV caught on fire. There is a fatality in this, so the entire interstate has been closed. But again, on traffic cameras, it does look like people are sneaking by there on the right shoulder. And there's also a crash in Williamson County that's blocking the right lane of 40 eastbound at the Williamson-Cheatham County line near Fairview. So that's what we're dealing with this morning.
Busy 5 a.m. hour. We rarely have that. So
yeah,
I saw that accident eastbound 40 when I was coming west into work. It looked really bad. So prayers for everyone involved. We do have a Daily Dan poll up on YouTube. And by the way, if you would, you can watch us on YouTube, Facebook, X, 997WTN.com, Rumble as well. I think I got all of the various platforms there. You can also listen to or download the radio program anytime, anywhere you get your podcasts. You can either listen live on the stream or you can get it after the fact on podcasts as well. And apparently both are doing gangbusters these days. So we did do a Daily Dan poll. Watch us on YouTube. Take the Daily Dan poll. And the Daily Dan poll, how did you work it, Sam?
Do you think financial D-Day will end the war?
And?
70% say no.
Wah, wah.
I'm part of that 70%.
I'm part of that 70% too.
No.
Jay, you got an opinion on that, or do you only cover the news?
Yeah, I think it's just more fluff.
Bunch of hooey.
Bunch of posturing.
Bunch of saber rattling is what it is.
Yeah, if you think the IRGC really cares about money, I think you're a little misguided.
Well, in fairness, they're not able to pay their military, so there is that. But They also have a lot of big problems inside of Iran. However, a lot of those problems impact the people that the IRGC simply do not care about. So there's that as well.
Well, if the people squawk, they get executed.
That's exactly right, Jay. And Jay's got the news coming up at 5:30 right now on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It is 5:30. I'm Jay Harper with your top stories, another traffic report, and a weather forecast coming up. American consumers could end up spending more for certain items now that 50% tariffs are going into effect on some Canadian imports. ABC's Karen Waugh has more from D.C.
President Trump's 50% tariffs on Canadian goods took effect this weekend. Canada's prime minister is now vowing to match them, dollar for dollar, beginning September 8th.
We've got the reserves, we've got the resilience, we've got the plan, we've got the focus. We will respond.
Trump's trade policies appear to be rattling Republicans just 10 weeks before the midterm elections. Maine Senator Susan Collins, breaking with Trump on the tariffs, is not expected to appear with Vice President J.D. Vance when he visits Maine today.
Supreme Court Chief Justice John Roberts, he's allowing the White House to continue construction on the East Wing Ballroom project. ABC's Devin Dwyer spoke about this on the Start Here podcast.
The president is racing as fast as he can to both demolish the East Wing unilaterally and construct this new 90,000 square foot structure on his own accord with no approval, no, historical review, no safety review, no public comment period, no congressional input on who's going to pay for this, how it's going to work. He is trying to do that as fast as he can to outrun the courts.
Back here in Nashville, if you hit the hay before it was over, the Titans rallied from a 13-point deficit to beat the defending Super Bowl champs, the Seattle Seahawks, last night, 19-16. Dearness Johnson's fourth quarter touchdown sealed it, and Tennessee improves to 2-0 in the preseason. Of course, they've gone defeat-free in the preseason before and then lost about every game in the regular season.
Wow,
so
Jay.
Don't get too excited.
Wow, Jay, throwing down some hate on the Titans in the middle of a newscast.
Yeah.
I love it.
I don't know if it's hate, but just
reality. I
reality.
sense a little hate there, Jay.
Reality.
Okay, you know what? Hate and reality, two different things. Yeah. You're right, Jay.
Okay. Well, let's go ahead and wrap up the cast here. That's the latest news. We'll get to some traffic information that will be of interest to many, as well as a weather forecast. That's all coming up. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News. Crews still working to clear a very serious accident in Hermitage. This on I-40 eastbound, so it's headed out of the city between exits 219 and 221A. We had a crash just before the Central Pike exit. It involves an overturned garbage truck and an SUV that caught on fire. There is a fatality there, according to reports. No other information has been released. Now, the interstate was closed, but it does look like, according to the traffic cameras, that some vehicles are sneaking by on the right shoulder here now, so traffic is starting to pass through there, but it is still very, very much congested there. And on the other side of the metro, Interstate 40 eastbound at the Williamson-Cheatham County line, a crash blocking the right lane there. I'm Jay Harper.
537. Super Talk 99.7 WTN, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. Appreciate you listening. Am I on? I can't. Am I good? Okay.
Yeah, I'm hearing you, Dan.
All right. The equipment gets a little hinky in here sometimes, so I turn my mic on and I'm talking and I can't hear myself. So I just want to make sure that I'm on. People are asking, so just so you know, we're trying to find out what color that garbage truck is that overturned. We actually have, believe it or not, garbage truck drivers or people that work on garbage trucks that listen to us in the morning, Jay.
Yeah. Right.
And so some of them are asking if we know what color the garbage truck is.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, same here. I mean, information really sketchy at this point. And I understand that question. I mean, whether it's blue or green or whatever, it could determine what company it is.
Right,
so,
exactly.
Yeah, but no information on that just yet.
Okay, very good. So it is 538, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Super text line, by the way, in Frago this morning, thank you, 615-737-9986. Most people have no real faith that Economic D-Day is actually going to do really much of anything. The Daily Dan poll, it was 70-30 that people were like, it's not going to really do much. What is it now?
83% say no, financial D-Day will not end the war.
All right, very good. It is time for
Sam's World, party time. Excellent. Jones out of 10.
All right, so Joan Jones is out of town. By the way, do you know where Joan has been? Just real quick, and then we'll get to Sam's World. Great stories today, but I didn't know this. Did you know, Sam or Jay? Did you know where Joan is right now?
Well, as far as I know, she was in Maryland with family.
No, she's been on the down low working to get Bonnaroo canceled.
Oh, was that it?
That's where, because, I don't know, Jay, if you know this.
Yeah.
But she lives mere minutes from where Bonnaroo actually happens.
Right.
And over the last couple of years, she's been doing nothing but wage an on-air campaign as far as how much she hates Bonnaroo and how she wants it canceled. Over the last couple of days, the people at Bonnaroo have finally acquiesced to Joan Jones and said, because of the enormous pressure of Joan Jones on WTN and Nashville's Morning News, because we, wield a very large transmitter, they said, no, we're going to go ahead and just cancel Bonnaroo.
Wow.
So apparently they've canceled Bonnaroo.
Yeah, I mean, she needs to join the people that move next to the airport and bitch about the planes.
We need to get Joan Jones and sick her onto BNA, apparently. No, we love BNA around here. I love BNA anyway. So, yeah, they canceled Bonnaroo. And the last couple of years, Bonnaroo has had to, I guess, cut things short because of the weather.
Yeah, well, it's the drainage, right? So when it rains, the water's got nowhere to go.
Yeah, they tried improving, Sam. You probably I mean to interrupt you there, but they had worked on the drainage due to the torrential rains that pretty well put the kibosh on things back in 25. And then they had torrential rains again this year that kind of messed things up again. So the turf there just needs a rest.
Isn't there another place they can do Bonnaroo? I don't know. I'm asking a question. I've never been to Bonnaroo, but I've been to Vans Warped Tour not once but twice, and that seemed to go off without a hitch.
Well, the Bonnaroo nuts are calling for it to be somewhere in Nashville. No, thanks.
No, thank you.
Yeah.
There's like it's like a modern day Woodstock, is it not?
Yeah. So there's a festival over in Glastonbury, right? And they do that music festival, but they take a break every 5 years to let the land and everything kind of recoup for a summer. So it's a normal thing to take a year off, and
you know what they should do?
Start doing that.
They should go ahead, take a year off, and then they should figure out a way to, when it rains, allow all of that drainage. I mean, we've all dug drainage ditches, right? What they need to do, they need to build a big old drainage ditch, and the water lands right on Joan Jones's house. That's what all right, it's time for whatever. It's time for Sam's World. By the way, Joan will be back on, is it Thursday?
Wednesday.
Joan's going to be back.
Actually, she'll be back tomorrow.
Oh.
Yep.
So Joan is back on the air tomorrow?
That's my understanding. Well, put it this way, I ain't here tomorrow.
Okay.
So maybe
let the train wreck proceed. I mean, I guarantee you that Sam said, oh, yeah, Joan's not back until Wednesday or Thursday. Jay is saying, oh, no, she's back on Tuesday. Friends, I promise you tomorrow morning at 5 a.m., I'll be on the air saying, well, nobody showed up for the news.
Showed up. Yeah.
Anyway, whatever.
Well, I know Joan had asked me if she wanted to extend her vacation. She'd asked me if I could cover for her tomorrow, and I told her I could not because I'm headed to North Carolina to spend time for my second grandchild's first birthday.
Oh, nice, Jay.
So I'm headed that way tomorrow. So, yeah, I don't know. Maybe she did find somebody to cover for her tomorrow, but it ain't going to be me.
Well, if it's not you, and it's not Sam, who did a phenomenal job on Friday,
yeah.
Then I don't know who it's going to be. Okay, so we have two ways to handle this. Just real quick, we have two ways to handle this. I could be proactive and try to figure out, knock on the office of the big guy down the hall and say, hey, so is there going to be somebody showing up? Everything's T's dotted and I's crossed, right? I messed that up on purpose. So is everything all set? And just kind of make sure everybody's on the same page. Or I could not say anything and just see if there's a train wreck, which I don't like to do. What do you think, Sam? What should I do? Should I be proactive? Whatever. All right. Sam's World. So freedom was not existent in the Chicago WNBA game yesterday. It is the first story of Sam's World.
Yeah. Enes Kanter Freedom was in the stands watching the Indiana Fever take on the Chicago, I don't even know what they're called. The Lynx.
I think.
I was going to call them the Skyline
Chili.
Chili.
Minnesota are the Lynx.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah. The Chicago Skyline Chili.
Yes.
And he had a shirt on that defined what a woman was, and apparently someone just couldn't handle it.
Yeah, listen to this.
6-point basketball game. Chicago staying in it. Natasha Cloud. And right before the break, this was the scene inside Wintrust Arena after Natasha Cloud got that bucket. She wanted her voice heard.
So Natasha Cloud, and for people listening on the radio, Natasha Cloud is jawing at Enes Kanter Freedom.
Yep.
He's got a shirt on that says woman, noun, and what else did it say?
An adult human female.
An adult human female. And apparently this player Cloud can't handle it. She starts jawing at him in the stands. He's got his arms outstretched like, come at me, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And she just, one of the things that I've noticed about these women in the WNBA is that they can't handle adversity. They can't handle or diversity of thought where somebody has a differing opinion than theirs. So I loved what Robbie Starbuck, is there more to this audio? Let's see.
Just a little bit more because it follows up with what happens.
Okay, here we go.
We have talked about the conversations surrounding the W. That is Enes Kanter in the building today.
The officials determined he needed to leave.
Yeah. So they kicked him out, and she goes and whines over there. And by the way, I have a whole larger production on this coming up later on in the program because not only did they kick him out, but he was talking to the people in charge of the game in the corridor, and he said, "You're kicking me out because I'm supporting women. This is unbelievable. This is unacceptable." And it's actually true.
Yeah.
So, and by the way, apparently there was, outside of these WNBA games, you also have, there are women who are, and people that are coming out and they are supporting not the WNBA, but they're supporting the people who are supportive of, banning transgender women or men in the NBA, like WNBA, like Sophie Cunningham. And so that's for freedom. Enes Kanter, freedom. He's saying, listen, I'm supporting women here, and you're kicking me out. This doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, this comes on the heels of the Toronto Tempo unveiling a non-binary mascot named Dez, a Borealis blue snapping turtle who uses she, they pronouns. So he decided, okay, enough's enough. I'll make the definition apparent on national television if I can.
Yeah, and I love what he did.
Yeah, when you're 6'10", your T-shirt's very easy to read.
I would like, what's this player's name? This woman over there on the Chicago team?
Oh, you had a Natasha Cloud.
I would like to see Natasha Cloud if she's upset because Freedom there says that men should not play in her league, then I would like her and him to play one-on-one. Cloud and Freedom to play a one-on-one game and see who wins.
She's 5'10".
And what is he, like
6'10"?
6'10".
He's a foot taller than her.
Okay, and you know what? And he was on with Lord Trump over the weekend, last night. I've got some great audio from him. That we'll do that in probably the 6 o'clock hour. But, so Natasha Cloud, if you are okay with men playing in the WNBA, then let's go ahead and set that up right now, and you play Freedom in a one-on-one contest and see who wins, right? I mean, there's no problem here. Let's go ahead and just get that started if you're so confident that that men should be allowed to play in the WNBA. Next.
All right. Well, this is Texas Senate candidate James Talafrico is what we like to call him here on the station, claiming that the Muslims, the Jews, and the Christians, we all worship the same God.
Christians and Muslims and Jews all worship the same God. Muslims love Jesus. They love Moses and Abraham. We are all branches on the same tree as the Abrahamic faith. And so it's heartbreaking to watch extremists, whether they are Christian nationalists or whether they're the Taliban or Al-Qaeda, perverting these beautiful traditions that have so much in common to attack others and consolidate their own power.
I picked this one for Joan because that is the biggest line of heresy that you could utter in the year of our Lord 2026. We do not worship the same God. And we do not all love Jesus. The Jews crucified Jesus, and the Muslims today in this nation call us abhorrent for claiming that their Allah has a son. So do not in any way try to say that we're all on the same team, because we aren't.
Go ahead.
We can make kind of a truce with the Jews over things because we've got a lot of shared values and a lot of shared interests. I would say that not acknowledging the crucifixion and resurrection of Christ is not going to be good for you in the long run, to my Jewish friends. But on the other end of that, the Muslims who are taking over and invading Texas left and right, they want to do away with it. They will beat you up for proclaiming that he is king.
I think Talarico is trying to present just sort of a feel-good nonsense.
The everyman front.
Yeah, the everyman front, and not digging really deep into what Islam really is and what Sharia law really is. And so I think he's not presenting what I would say is reality, particularly on the Muslim front. So, I mean, whatever, to Talarico or Talafrico, as you say. Mm-hmm. And I mean, we have been joking about some of the lunatic things that he says for a long time.
Yeah, and we might have another one after this clip. So it's actually a Kurdish reporter. It is from a couple years ago, but it's gone viral. She's trying to interview children in northeastern Syria. Her name is Evin Shekamis. She's from Kurdish Channel 8. And ISIS-linked women and children were throwing stones at her while she was trying to report.
I mean, hitting her in the head.
Headshots.
And it was because she wasn't wearing a burqa?
It's believed to be part of it. All the other women in this area are covered. Even the small girls, if you're watching on Super Talk TV, you can see. But, I mean, they were pelting her. A couple of them kind of hit the mic, and you could hear the muffle sound. But that is what has been imported into Europe. That is what the Democrats want to import here. And I don't know why you'd want to do that to yourself.
Sam, shame on you. It's a religion of peace. What is wrong with you?
It's a religion of pieces when they hit the blow-up button.
Anyway, so, yeah, this poor woman, she looks like she got hit right in the eye.
Yeah, a couple of those hit her square in the jaw.
All right, so coming up, we do have, I've got some audio from Freedom, Enos Kentner Freedom, and when he was on with Laura Trump. A great interview, and he does speak a lot of common sense. So we do have that coming up. We will continue to monitor Financial D-Day as Scott Bessent. We'll see if there is some specifics as to what we're going to do to Iran's economy. Most people, if you want to look up real quick, the Daily Dan poll on YouTube, watch us on YouTube, Facebook, X, 99.7, WTN.com, Rumble, and you can listen or download us anywhere you get your podcasts or your live broadcasts as well. What are people saying? The question was, do you believe that our Financial D-Day on Iran will end the war? And most people are like, nah.
They're still at 83% saying nah.
83% saying no. By the way, tomorrow's the big day. I'll be emceeing an event in Murfreesboro, 25 years of community giving by Feed America First. So I'm going to be emceeing the event. By the way, I have not emceed an event in forever because I'm asked sometimes and I never say yes, but I love Feed America First. Do you know why I never like to MC events? Sam, do you know why?
Because all the attention is on you and there's more people in the room than me and Jay.
So, yes, I have a fear of public speaking. I know that that's shocking to everybody who ever hears it, but I have a fear of public speaking, and I have for a long time. So we'll see. This might be an epic shank, but we'll be at the View at Fountains in Murfreesboro. Senator Marsha Blackburn will be there. She's going to be the special guest. Last time I checked, they still did have some tickets available. FeedAmericaFirst.com. You got your meal provided as well. That is happening tomorrow. Really looking forward to it. Would really love to see you there as well, celebrating 25 years of community giving. All right, real quick, because I know that I want to make sure that we pay attention to the traffic. If we could, Jay, is 40 eastbound there in Hermitage? Do we know if that is still closed?
Yes, it is. They are exiting people off the interstate. Not quite sure what exit that is that they are exiting folks. But, yeah, earlier I was saying the traffic cameras looked like folks were sneaking by. What I was actually seeing was the traffic being exited off the interstate to get around this fatality, this fatal crash involving a garbage truck and an SUV earlier this morning. So, yeah, that's still shut down.
All right. Thank you, Jay. Now, what is coming up in the news at 6?
Yes, sir. A tragedy man, we've just got some really downer news today. A tragedy taking the life of a Nashville teen after a Friday night football game. Also, new rules on mail-in ballots. We'll have those stories and more coming up at the top of the hour on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, it's Dan Mandis from Super Talk 99.7 WTN and Nashville's Morning News. I'm here with Chris from USS, United Structural Systems. He's checking out my basement, my foundation, my crawl space to see if there's anything wrong. Fingers crossed. All right, so there's good news and there's bad news. The bad news is we found some cracks in my basement wall. The good news, I've got Chris here who's going to walk me through the next steps.
Yes, so unfortunately, your house has been subject to the pressure of the dirt. The hydrostatic pressure, heavy dirt pushes on foundation walls, and you've got a little bit of what we call bowing. So that wall is pushed in a little bit. We have a lifetime warranty solution for that. So we install, usually in a day or two, this can be done in most situations. We install carbon fiber straps, which keep the wall from moving inward at any point in the future. It's a lifetime warranty for anybody that ever owns this house. So it's a quick and routine thing that we do, but it yields some long-lasting benefits.
It's a great selling point if you want to sell your house.
Absolutely. Good thing about our warranties is they're not only transferable, like the contract says, they're automatically transferred when you sell your house. So you don't have to sign any paperwork or even send us an email saying that you sold your house. Warranty would transfer to the next owner.
5:58, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 89.7 WTN. We're talking about where Bonnaroo should move Bonnaroo to. One guy says, let's move it to Mount Juliet. No, that's where I live. Then instead of Joan complaining about Bonnaroo, it would be me. Then I would have to go on a one-man mission to cancel Bonnaroo from Mount Juliet. Now, one person said they should do it at the Nashville Raceway, 3994. And Sam damn near broke his neck saying, no, don't do it at the Nashville Raceway. Why, Sam?
I mean, there's enough going on with people protesting the fact that the Nashville Speedway hosts races, and they don't want it to host races anymore. They moved into that neighborhood knowing there was a raceway, and now they're mad that...
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense, these people.
They would be more mad that you have a concert. It's also not a big enough area.
It also, since they're complaining about, remember the whole deceptive thing where they sent people in asking questions saying that they had already made the decision not to hold races there. Remember that whole thing from a couple weeks ago? That in and of itself makes me want to move Bonnaroo to the raceway just to piss those people off.
Move it to Memphis.
Maybe when they say raceway, they're speaking of the super speedway in Lebanon.
Maybe.
Ron said move Bonnaroo to Mount Pleasant.
There you go.
It's right next to Murphy-Lago.
It's not Mount Pleasant. It's Mount Grumpy because Matt Murphy has now moved to Mount Pleasant. The city once known as Mount Pleasant. Now it's Mount
Not So Pleasant?
Mount Grumpy. Yeah, there you go. It is. I'm just kidding. It's 6 o'clock. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It is 6 a.m. I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. One of those top stories is traffic. We've got a mess on Interstate 40 eastbound. This is headed out of the city. The interstate there closed for an earlier accident. That's between exits 219 and 221A. The crash just before the Central Pike exit. So be aware of that. We'll get into more detail on that when we get to the traffic report here in just a couple of minutes. We'll also get you a weather forecast. A Nashville family is grieving after a 16-year-old boy was fatally shot after a high school football game this past Friday night. Channel 2's Liz DeSantis has more.
Brittany Frierson is trying to find the words for a pain no mother expects to know. Friday night, her 16-year-old son Cameron went to a high school football game. He never came home. Police say the Hunters Lane High School junior was shot multiple times on Herman Street near 25th Avenue North after a football game at nearby Pearl Cone High School had ended. At 16, he was already planning on what came next, to graduate, learn HVAC, and make enough money to support his family. Now, instead of helping her son get ready for prom, Brittany is raising money to bury him.
The investigation remains active. Authorities have not released what they believe to be a motive. The Youth Peace and Justice Foundation, they've offered up to $5,000 for information that leads to the identification and arrest of whoever is responsible for this senseless shooting. The United States Postal Service, they've released a new rule adding verification requirements to all mail-in ballots. Under the proposed change, states would be required to collect and report basic voter information, like a voter's name and home address, attached to a unique barcode on every mail-in ballot distributed. ABC's Stephen Portnoy speaks on this on the Start Here podcast.
This particular rule is hung up in the courts. A panel of the Boston-based First Circuit Appeals Court ruled 2-1 in July that the administration couldn't move forward with this particular plan because of the idea that elections are controlled by the states. That ruling said the president's executive order, in this regard, imposes unprecedented levels of involvement by federal officials in how states administer elections.
The Market Numbers Report, it's brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. They are online at beaconcm.com. The stock futures have the Dow down 72, S&P down 20.5, the NASDAQ down 205. That's the latest news. We'll get you that traffic report and a weather forecast next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News.
Thank you, Jay. If you've got a 2%, 3%, or 4% mortgage rate, do not refinance it. You don't have to, but you can still get cash out of your home courtesy of my friends at Loan Pronto. Introducing Loan Pronto's zero-cost equity loan. That's right. Now, with Loan Pronto, you can get all the cash you need without touching your first mortgage and without any fees. Now, one local homeowner just got $100,000, paid off all their credit cards, paid off their existing HELOC, remodeled their kitchen, and saved over $1,500 every single month. But wait, there's more. They also say that you can get no hard credit pull up front, usually no appraisal, and no long drawn-out process, and no closing costs. You might even be able to skip your next 2 house payments. So call Loan Pronto right now. Leave your low-rate mortgage intact, but get the cash you need in as little as 2 weeks without paying closing costs. Great deals from Loan Pronto. LoanPronto.com. See how much money you can get right now. LoanPronto.com. 615-499-5780. 615-499-5780. LoanPronto.com. For qualified homeowners, equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
As has been the case all morning, Interstate 40 eastbound between Stewart's Ferry Pike and Central Pike, the interstate there is totally closed. The traffic is stopped all the way now from Donaldson Pike. The crash itself is just before the Central Pike exit. This between a garbage truck and an SUV that caught on fire. There's a fatality in this accident. And we're told that folks are being rerouted onto Stewart's Ferry Pike off of the interstate. Traffic there is absolute nightmare. Of course, not as big a nightmare as for the family of the deceased in this incident. However, traffic not moving there hardly at all. So just be aware and allow that extra time. I'm Jay Harper.
.607, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Hope you are doing well. Welcome on in to a Monday. It is August 24th of 2026. Lots going on. It is Financial D-Day, they say, for Iran. And so we'll keep an eye on whatever it is that Scott Bessent and Donald Trump and the Trump administration have up their sleeves. There is going to be a press conference later this afternoon at 1 o'clock. And so we'll continue to cover that for you as time permits and as details begin to come out. The story of Natalie Harp just gets stranger and stranger as the media tries desperately to make this a story. Now, if you have not been paying attention, if you think this is all just a bunch of hooey, well, it is. And I'm going to continue to talk about, I think, what this is, which is clearly an act of desperation by the Democrats. But I think that there's a bigger point here. Because one of my questions is going to be, how is it, or why is it, or how much more evidence do we need that the Democrat Party is a party that is so against women? And we see this example after example after example. This is, in my estimation, just the latest in a number of examples that show that the Democrat Party is anti-woman. I mean, they can't even define a woman, but clearly it seems to me like they don't like women, and I'm going to prove that coming up here on WTN. So, very quick, a retracing, if you will. Senator Jon Ossoff out of Georgia, running for re-election, drops this comment about President Trump and his aide or secretary, whatever you want to call her, Natalie Harp. They say that she is the human printer. She's always with the president. She and the nuclear football, they're both just always with the president. So Jon Ossoff drops this snide little comment about Donald Trump not actually wanting to do the job of the presidency. Listen.
He wants to build his ballroom and travel with Natalie on their apparently defenseless flying palace gifted by the Emir of Qatar.
So that is, again, Senator Jon Ossoff, part of a bigger comment. But, you know, that really gave the media permission, and this was all coordinated. Realize this was all coordinated. So that gives the media permission to start covering Natalie Harp relentlessly. He drops the quote, and then MSNBC, CNN, the New York Times, the Washington Post, everybody just starts, jumping onto the story because, of course, Jon Ossoff is the one that planted the seeds. And it seems to me clearly what they're trying to do is they're trying to make it look like she and the president are somehow having an illicit affair. At least that's what it seems like to me. If nobody is coming out and saying it, most certainly they're trying to make it seem like that's what's happening. The most watched man in America, the most hated man in America, the most vilified man in America is somehow able to pull off a secret affair. Right. Again, clearly this was coordinated. The media swirl is going on. It was a big topic of conversation over the weekend because there's apparently nothing else going on. there isn't enough to criticize Donald Trump on with gas prices, inflation, the war. Now they desperately want to make this happen. And so there were some letters, apparently that were written by her, Natalie Harp, to the president that fell into the wrong hands. I'm going to read some of this. Have you read these letters, Sam?
I have not.
They're a little mushy, but I think I know why.
I do too.
Here's what she wrote. I want things to always be right by us, Harp wrote in one of the letters, which were printed out and signed. It began with, Dear Mr. President, and concluded with all my heart, Natalie. Excerpts of one of the letters had previously been published by the New York Times. She added in the letter from 2023, I never want to bring you anything but joy. I'm sorry, I lost my focus. You're all that matters to me. I don't want to ever let you down. Thank you for being my guardian and protector in this life. In another letter, Harp reminisced about their relationship when she was a host on the conservative One America News Network, saying this, I miss the days when you used to call during my talk show days and we would talk about everything and nothing, Harp wrote. I want to get back to that synergy. We shouldn't have to talk about work all the time. In the same letter, Harp added, and please, when I fail, will you tell me? You have the absolute right to cuss me out, if need be, when I deserve it, because no one knows or cares about me more. Number one, the letters are typed out. So I'm going to be honest, I always look at these kind of things rather suspiciously because they're typed out. I have no idea if the letters are real or not. I would not put it past anybody to try to, write these letters, make it seem like they're from Natalie Harp. Now, I've not heard if anybody has actually come out and said, no, these letters are not authentic. So let's just say that they're real. Let's just say that they're real. That in and of itself, those letters in and of themselves, they don't mean anything. A little mushy. It sounds clearly like she thinks a lot of the president. Bill Maher, though, I like what Bill Maher had to say about this. This was on Friday night where he was actually standing up for the president. I've got that audio coming up. It is 6:15 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Time to check the roads.
Okay.
What's happening?
Yeah, that was from Friday. Jay was letting me know in my talk back.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see. So Pennsylvania traffic reporter is not uploading the whatever?
Well, Dan, I can tell you off air, there's some behind-the-scenes information with our traffic reports. There's a new system for that, and apparently...
how's that working out for us?
Yeah, it's not working out properly.
All right.
Or Christy didn't do it right. But anyway, that's...
well,
you can come to me, Sam, for the reports. I'll be happy to do them because it's so important this morning.
Yeah, so go ahead, Jay.
Yeah, again, the interstate out in Hermitage, still shut down. I-40 eastbound between exits 219 and 221. A crash there, a fatal crash between multiple vehicles has the interstate closed. Traffic being diverted onto Stewart's Ferry Pike to get around all that. You can... let's see. You can jump back onto the drivers can reconnect with the interstate at Old Hickory Boulevard. Also in Fairview, I-40 eastbound near the Williamson-Cheatham County line, we have a crash reported there. Stop and go traffic all the way to exit 182. There's your traffic, Dan.
All right. Thank you, Jay. We'll come back to you in a few minutes for an update. Mostly sunny today. High near 88. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News. Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So talking about, this controversy, the whole Natalie Harp thing. And the reason why I'm covering it, and I'm not on the super text line currently, but I guarantee you people are like, what is it, a slow news day? No. But the media is trying to set a certain narrative, and so it is up to me to present to you, number one, what I see the media is trying to do, and number two, tell you my perspective and what I believe is the truth. You know who's the truth teller in this instance? Bill Maher.
I don't know why you have to go after her. You know, she seems incredibly devoted to her job, never takes a day off. Sometimes she works so hard she forgets to eat and sleep. And now everyone in America is saying the same thing. Why can't I get a millennial who works like that? You know, and there is, you know, a little more to the story. She had bone cancer in her 20s. She likes Trump because he speeded up experimental treatments, which he believes helped her. But, you know, in America, it's just like, oh, good, someone new to hate. Trump did a podcast of Michael Cohen this week. Remember Michael Cohen, his fixer, who once called Trump a cheater, a liar, a fraud, a bully, a racist, a predator, and a con man. His own vice president, Vance, once said he might be America's Hitler. Let the man have one friend, okay? Let him.
I mean, listen, I get what Bill Maher is saying, but a little bit of a background on Natalie Harp. She lost her father to suicide in 2020. And so I think that she clearly sees Donald Trump as a father figure. There's a lot of consternation within her family because after the father committed suicide, it sort of broke the family apart. That is why her brother came out on whatever it was, CNN or MS Now, whatever it was.
One of those lefty outlets.
One of those. They're all the same to me. I don't know about you.
Wearing his pot hat.
Wearing his pot hat, you know, pothead. Anyway, whatever. So he came out and he has been estranged from the family for quite some time. So there is that aspect to it as well. But, you know, to Bill Maher's point, Donald Trump has had so many people betray him over the years. I think, you know, my 2 cents, the relationship between he and Melania, I don't know, maybe isn't what it once was. He's always enjoyed female company, so it's not bad that he has someone around who is a female and a friend. I don't think that there's anything personally, I believe. There's nothing going on between them. Over the weekend, Harp and Melania, they were right there next to each other at an event for that race that was in Washington, D.C. So Melania doesn't seem to have much of an issue with her. She was talking to one of the Trump sons. I can't remember which one. But it seems like she really is kind of like part of the family. That's what it seems like. And I think part of the reason why Donald Trump seems to be protective of Natalie Harp is because he knows what she's been through. Father committed suicide. She had bone cancer. Apparently, she had that stage 2 bone cancer. Standard chemo was not working. You know what they say? That it was a medical mistake that led to the chemo or led to the bone cancer. She was in severe pain. She was wheelchair bound, apparently. Donald Trump approved the Right to Try Act in 2018, which allowed for more experimental treatments. That allowed her another route, which she says saved her life. There's some people that are saying, well, no, because the drug that she used was actually approved at the time, whatever. I can see why she is so devoted to the president. Because in her mind, and perhaps in Donald Trump's mind, he saved her life. And I believe that Donald Trump, you know, all of his life, he's been surrounded by people that either betrayed him, only want him for his money, or only want something from him. And also, let's remember that Donald Trump, ultimately, I think Donald Trump, and there's going to be some people that are going to scoff at this, and I know because I would scoff at this comment too, but he can be a very loyal guy at times. Just depends on what we're talking about. But he can be a very loyal guy, and he clearly has an affection for her. In my opinion, a non-sexual one. The media is trying to make it out to be like there's some sort of whatever going on. They're not offering any proof. It's just a bunch of innuendo. But you know, my favorite quote comes from none other than Scott Jennings.
I guess we shouldn't be surprised at this behavior, though. Ossoff is a Democrat. And what do we know about Democrats and how they treat women these days? Well, we know how Graham Plattner up in Maine treated them. And we know that the Democrats denied and ignored abuse allegations against Plattner when they were coming from a Republican woman. What we are learning from Democratic men right now is that if you're a conservative woman in politics,
there you go.
You are less than human.
Yep.
You are not to be believed.
Yep.
And it is to be assumed that you're nothing more than a concubine for some male politician. That's what Democrat men think when they see a pretty girl in a government building, according to John Ossoff. The implication is that a professional woman couldn't possibly have earned her position of trust in the White House without sleeping her way to the top.
I mean, that's true. Scott Jennings is absolutely right. You know, one of the things that Scott Jennings said was he was talking about how many women Donald Trump has helped. Sarah Huckabee Sanders, Kayleigh McEnany, Caroline Leavitt, Susie Wiles, the first female chief of staff. He also mentioned Kellyanne Conway, who managed Donald Trump's first campaign. Now, some of them didn't turn out so well. Nikki Haley, of course, turned out to be one of those that betrayed Donald Trump. You got Nikki Haley, you've got Tulsi Gabbard, DNI, Pam Bondi, Attorney General, Linda McMahon, Secretary of Education. The list goes on and on and on. So Donald Trump has done a lot for women. So is the implication or is the accusation that Donald Trump has slept with all of these women? Or is it that he believes that women are accomplished and valued and can do incredible things? As opposed to the Democrats who, as I started this segment, I talked about how clearly the Democrats seem to have a problem with women by and large. Because you can't be a woman and be in a position of power, apparently, without sleeping your way to the top, which seems to be the implication of Ossoff and these Democrats in the media. That's number one. Number two, I believe that they don't like women or they hate women or they're certainly not the political party of women in America because the Democrats believe that men should be in women's spaces and take over women's sports, among many other things. So yeah, to me, clearly, if you're going to look at policy and you're going to look at, track record, who stands up for women more? Republicans or Democrats? Clearly, it is the Republicans over the Democrats.
Oh, and I was just looking for some direct quotes from Miss Harp on the situation. Going back to 2019, she calls Trump her Good Samaritan. We all know the story of the Good Samaritan. What you don't know is that I was a forgotten person on the side of the road. The political establishment passed me by, but Trump didn't. Meet my Good Samaritan. And in person, my Good Samaritan, President Donald J. Trump, he saw me there and he didn't walk by, he stopped. In a 2020 town hall op-ed she authored, just as President Trump saved my life, and I've already been left to die in red tape before, only to have Donald Trump cut it and save my life.
Yeah.
It's not just a feeling. This is something that she truly believes if it weren't for the president in 2018, she would not be here today.
Very true. Sally says on the super text line, does Donald Trump even have time for an affair? 3879 says this, good morning. I agree with you about there being no affair, but you're so vehemently defending it makes it sound like there is something. I don't know if I'm vehemently defending it, but I'm just trying to point out what the Democrats are doing and what the media is doing and how they are working together to try to politically destroy Donald Trump and destroy this innocent woman who is doing nothing but working within the Trump administration.
Yeah, that NDA would have to be tougher than an IRGC bunker.
625, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. And I want to do traffic real quick if we could. Jay, what is going on 40?
Yes, Dan, still the interstate I-40 eastbound between Stewart's Ferry Pike and Central Pike shut down due to a fatal crash from about 3 o'clock this morning. So they are rerouting people off of the interstate to Stewart's Ferry Pike, and then you can jump back on it at Old Hickory Boulevard. Also, 40 eastbound, a crash there in Williamson County at the Cheatham County line. And also Murfreesboro Pike just westbound, before Plus Park Boulevard. We have a wreck reported there. So there's the latest traffic.
All right, Jane, real quick, what's coming up in your newscast?
Yeah, well, again, that traffic situation, as well as an interesting story, fascinating in some ways. A September 11th victim finally identified, and we'll tell you how they did that. That's coming up at 6:30 with more stories at the bottom of the hour on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right, thank you, Jay, 626 on WTN. And times are tough. I know that. You know that. Mid-10 Ford knows that as well. Listen, friends, if you need a new vehicle, check out my friends at Mid-10 Ford. You need an SUV, maybe a truck. They can help you out with great selection, pricing, and financing as well. They've been around for 56 years, helping people get the vehicle that is right for them. Now, right now, you can save about $1,000 or more on select Ford trucks. Check out my friends at Mid-10 Ford. Again, they also offer special financing if you need it. Mid-10 Ford, they are a one-stop shop. You can buy your vehicle there, get it serviced there as well. They've got a body shop, so you want a brand new or a pre-owned vehicle, it doesn't matter. You can check out all the great deals at mid10fordtrucks.com. That is mid10fordtrucks.com. They offer low-pressure sales, maximum customer service, and great deals in this tough economy. This is a family-owned business going back 4 generations. So yes, they know how to treat customers. So let them help you get into your next vehicle. Stop by their office or their dealership, 1319 Foster Avenue. Call them at 615-259-2050, 615-259-2050. If you need a new vehicle, give them a shot, mid10fordtrucks.com, mid10fordtrucks.com. Follow them on Facebook and Instagram as well. Let their family take care of your family. $628 Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I really love what Ridgeside K9 Nashville does for folks who are dog owners. As a longtime dog owner, you know, I've seen dogs, I've owned dogs that had behavior problems, aggression, potty problems, anxiety, or basic obedience. I call Ridgeside K9 Nashville. They are Nashville's dog whisperers. They are the premier dog trainers in Middle Tennessee. So if you've got a dog with some of these various problems, they can help you just like they've helped thousands of dogs and their owners over the last 25 years solve behavioral issues. They can help you as well and your dog. So yes, if your dog has aggression, potty problems, anxiety, basic obedience issues, they can help you help your dog with just about anything. They make you part of the solution as well. They believe that owner education is just as important as dog training. Long-term success with your dog begins with you and Ridgeside K9 Nashville. They've got a lifetime support guarantee. They're there for you 24/7. So check them out online, rsk9nash.com. The letter K, the number 9, rsk9nash.com. Call them today. Tell them I told you to reach out at 615-878-0380, 615-878-0380. Ridgeside K9 Nashville, veteran-owned, proven results, and guaranteed for life.
31 minutes past 6 a.m. I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. The top story this morning, traffic. The interstate in Hermitage, it is closed as a fatal crash is being investigated. It involved a garbage truck and multiple other vehicles. This happened about 3 o'clock this morning. According to Metro Nashville Police, the crash, they responded to the crash at mile marker 221 on I-40 East. That's between Stewart's Ferry Pike and Old Hickory. Metro reported that the crash involves a sedan, multiple passenger vehicles, and a garbage truck. The officers got there and found the sedan on fire and the garbage truck overturned. One person has been pronounced dead at the scene there. All eastbound lanes have been shut down for the investigation as the crash team still trying to piece together what caused all this. Eastbound traffic, it's being diverted off of Stewart's Ferry Pike. Drivers can jump back on the interstate at Old Hickory Boulevard. I can tell you traffic's backed up all the way to the airport. And for the first time, New York City's medical examiner and the NYPD, they've identified a victim of the September 11th attacks using genetic genealogy, pairing DNA testing with family trees. Here's ABC's Rena Roy.
The newly identified victim is an adult woman. Her family has chosen to stay private. She's one of nearly 1,100 victims who have never been formally identified. The medical examiner's office has vowed all along never to give up, trying to identify as many of them as possible.
And, of course, the 25th anniversary, I kind of hate to use that term, of the September 11th attacks coming up here in just a couple of weeks. That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather coming up. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News.
Thank you, Jay. It is 6:33, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Dan Mandis here for my friends at DT McCall's. They've been helping out Tennesseans for over 100 years with fair prices, outstanding customer service. They've been helping me out for the last 12, and I really like DT McCall's. They've always got great specials going on and deals as well. Electronics, appliances, furniture, lawn and garden, and a whole lot more. DT McCall's has been saving Middle Tennesseans money for, as I said, over 100 years. 4 generations of treating people right with a focus on savings and customer service. Now, the first thing that I do when I realize that I need something is I do go to dtmccalls.com, check out the latest specials, and typically I'll order right from the website. But if I have to go see it, if I have to go to the brick and mortar store, I always get great customer service. They answer any questions that I might have. DT McCall's, they're great Tennesseans. They're great conservatives as well. So if you need anything for your home, garage, or your backyard, you only need to go to one place, my place, DT McCall's. I've got several appliances from DT McCall's. 5 locations across Middle Tennessee: Carthage, Cookeville, Lebanon, Lafayette, and Franklin. Always online. dtmccalls.com. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. dtmccalls.com.
Yes, we are still trying to get through on Interstate 40 eastbound near Stewart's Ferry Pike. An earlier fatal accident has the interstate still completely closed in that location. They are rerouting traffic at Stewart's Ferry Pike, and then you can get back on the interstate at Old Hickory Boulevard, but you will still have quite a bit of company there. 40 westbound, right across from this accident. That's slow, too, because everybody's looking at the wreck on the other side of the road there, so be aware of that. Also, 40 eastbound at the Williamson-Cheatham County line. We have a crash there. I'm Jay Harper.
Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Hey, coming up at 7:06, really looking forward to speaking with E.J. Antoni. He is the Heritage Foundation's lead economist, and we're going to talk about a number of things. We have a lot of economics in the news today. It is a financial D-Day for Iran, so we've been covering Scott Bessent and what is going to happen to Iran beginning today. They're talking about a decimating of Iran's economy. Most people, we took a Daily Dan poll earlier because I'm a little skeptical. Why are we doing this finally now? I'm a little skeptical. Part of me says, well, it's about time. Why haven't we been doing this all along? Well, according to the Trump administration, we have. So we'll just see if this actually has any kind of an impact. But we did talk about this earlier, and we took a Daily Dan poll on YouTube. So what are people saying real quickly on YouTube, Sam, as far as do they believe that the financial D-Day against Iran that Scott Bessent is beginning to execute later today, press conference at 1 o'clock, do they think that this will be the end of the war?
85% say, how about no?
85% says no. That's the thing. In the super text line, everybody is saying, it's not going to happen. But I'm going to ask E.J. Antoni not only that question, we're also going to talk about the tariffs with Canada. That was also big news. Here's the deal. This is an example of Donald Trump, playing multi-dimensional chess, because one of the things that the president wants to do, and I'll talk to EJ about this, but one of the things the president wants to do is he wants to restrict the countries that Canada can do business with. In other words, China. So one of the things that the president is saying is, listen, Canada, we are offering you access to so much of our economy here in America. We'll up our game in America, but we don't want you to do business with China. And we talked about what's going on with China, where China is exporting goods into Canada, and those goods come into America, and China is ultimately avoiding those tariffs. And so the president really, in his dealings with Canada, he's trying to ice out China. Makes all the sense in the world. And, Canada's getting all upset because, they're saying, well, you know what? We're going to do business with whoever it is that we want to do business with. So that's a pretty big deal. This isn't necessarily just about, okay, so we're going to tariff some of the goods that are coming into America. There's other things at play here as well. The other thing that we are trying to get done, I don't know how important this is, but the other thing the president wants to get done is that in some parts of Canada, they demand that packaging be made in French, because you have, I think it's Quebec where they speak French in Canada.
Oui, oui.
Yes. So that makes it more problematic for America because we've got to do, packaging in French, and I guess it's a big pain in the butt. So we're saying to Canada, listen, we don't want to have to put the packaging in French. We don't want to have to be held to that standard as well. So that's also something that the president is trying to do. And so Canada, getting up all on their high horse about, some of their regulations and how we have to do certain things in French. And that's, whether it's websites or, printing packaging in French and all that. We're just like over that whole thing.
I have a solution.
Yeah.
Use the translator app on your phone.
There you go. Yeah, but if there's a thing that is sent into Quebec, for example, and it's a physical package, then I guess they could, if they wanted to, they could take a picture of it and it would translate it.
It'll translate it.
Not whatever.
Or you could just, learn English. It's only the dominant language of the entire, North American continent.
No, I get it. By the way, speaking of, not speaking of that, but let's say speaking of freedom and Enes Kanter freedom, we talked about this in the 5 o'clock hour. He was kicked out of a game last night between the Sky of Chicago and the Fever of Indiana after heated interaction between the ex-hooper, they say in the Daily Mail, and Sky guard Natasha Cloud. There's a far bigger thing going on with this story that I'm going to explain coming up. It is coming up on 645. Jay's got the traffic big closure on 40 eastbound. Jay, how are you?
Yeah, Dan, that's been an issue since about 3 o'clock this morning, and it does not look like it's going to get any better anytime soon. A fatal accident, I-40 eastbound, between exits 219 and 221A. A garbage truck and multiple vehicles involved in that. There is a fatality there. And traffic, as we said, being rerouted onto Stewart's Ferry Pike from 40 eastbound. Traffic is backed up all the way past the airport from what we're seeing. Also on the other side of the interstate, 40 westbound in that same area, that too slow as everybody's doing the rubberneck thing, looking at the other side of the highway. So be aware of that. And also real quick, we have a wreck on 40 eastbound at the Williamson-Cheatham County line. That has been pushed over to the shoulder. That's in the Fairview area, but still, traffic is very much affected there. There you go, Dan.
Thank you, Jay. 645 Nashville's Morning News. Today for your weather, mostly sunny today and a high near 88. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Last night, Enes Kanter Freedom. You remember him, former NBA player. Now he wants to join the WNBA. So he was kicked out of a game last night in Chicago, a WNBA game last night in Chicago.
And right before the break, this was the scene inside Wintrust Arena after Natasha Cloud got that bucket. She wanted her voice heard. We have talked about the conversations surrounding the W. That is Enes Kanter in the building today. And he has voiced how he's felt about the situation. Natasha Cloud voicing her opinion as well. Kanter was just escorted out.
So, yeah, they escorted him out. He's wearing a T-shirt that says, woman, noun, adult human, female. So she makes a basket and then starts yelling at Freedom. And he's got his arms outstretched like, come at me, bro, right? I mean, I love what he did. And now I don't understand, though, why was he escorted from the game? She's the one that started the jawing, not him. And he's just wearing a T-shirt. She starts jawing at him, and so they kick him out. Why? Freedom, it seems to me, was just matching the energy of Natasha Cloud. He was also, by the way, heard saying that he was there to support women, and that was why he was getting kicked out, and that was unacceptable. I mean, he's absolutely right. He posted this on X. You ready? He said, I just got kicked out of a WNBA game for supporting women. Let that sink in, he said. Let that sink in, America. And in his second post following his ejection from the arena, he wrote, it's always women hating on other women. Because, of course, you know that he now identifies as a woman for basketball purposes. But the point that he's making is that the league in and of itself is out there saying, oh, yeah, you know what? We believe the WNBA. We can't tell what a woman is. Therefore, we won't say that men will never play in the WNBA, which is absolutely ludicrous. So Enes Kanter Freedom is like, okay, you know what? I identify as a woman. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to register for the WNBA draft for the 2027 season.
So we know why he was removed. It wasn't over the shirt. It wasn't really over what he said. Apparently, there is a clause, and he didn't read the fine print. When you have courtside seats, you need to stay in them. He took steps onto the court baseline, stepping over a cameraman in the process, and that is a big no-no. As if to provoke the altercation further.
I still side with Freedom.
I mean, yeah, that's a 34-year-old woman throwing a fit, by the way.
I don't really care if he stepped over the cameraman. I get it. There's certain protocol. But what about her? Is she allowed to yell at fans?
Apparently, and that's what Dejanay Carter Carrington, whoever her name is.
Yeah.
That's what she did, claiming a fan said something and tried to get him kicked out, and then he was allowed back in because she kind of made it up.
By the way, it's the same team. It's you know that, right? The Chicago, whatever they're called. It's the same team as.
By the way, I meant no disrespect earlier when I said the Chicago Skyline Chili. I know that's a Cincinnati thing. I know.
So Enes was on with Laura Trump last night, and he talked about the WNBA draft, which, again, he wants to be a part of.
So were you actually ready to get out there on the court? Would you be physically going out there, or was the idea to kind of draw attention to this and really have them answer a question that is basic and should be very basic and asked, which is, what is a woman?
So I played basketball in the NBA for 11 years. I mean, I averaged a double-double, and it was an amazing time. You know, I had so much fun with my teammates. So I love the game, and I am ready to play. I'm prepared to play. So I know I'm 34 years old, and I think I will be the best draft pick in WNBA history, literally.
I mean, I love that. And certainly that would be true. And it's going to be fun to watch. I mean, do you think, Sam, you think, Jay, because Jay, you follow sports much more than I do. Do you think there is any chance in all get out that Enes Kanter Freedom will actually play a game in the WNBA?
I would be surprised only for the fact that I don't see any team actually drafting the guy.
See, that's what I was thinking too, Jay. That is a great point.
Or the woman, excuse me.
Yeah, she.
Yeah.
How dare you misgender Enes Kanter Freedom?
I know. It was a slip-up. I wholeheartedly apologize.
You're going to have to be canceled, Jay.
Mm-hmm.
How dare you?
That's exactly right. How dare you? Anyway, I was thinking about that this morning when I was putting this segment together is, okay, so he can enter the draft, but nobody's going to draft him. That's the problem.
Yeah, I can see the home office, the commissioner, whatever, laying down the edict. It's like, don't you dare draft this person.
Is there a conservative, I don't even know. Can you chat GPT this, Sam? Is there any conservative owners within the WNBA? I mean, I hardly doubt it. I mean, the way that these people have been acting, it is atrocious. But anyway, it would be fun to watch. The WNBA, it does seem to be doing better than ever, especially with the Fever and Sophie Cunningham. Freedom, though, talks about how much better it could be.
I believe, that the parents need to stand up for their children. Because, if I was a parent, I wouldn't want my kid to be in the same locker room, same showers, or same bathroom with a biological, male. So, and if my ever daughter came out and says, hey, I have a man or I have a biological male taking a shower in the same locker room as us, I will just go crazy. So I feel like this shouldn't even be like a right or left issue. This should be like a common sense. But I think America, we need more players more people like Sophie Cunningham to come out and stand for what they believe in.
One of the things that I really like on Instagram and social media by and large, you see all of these videos that people are putting together about how fun Sophie Cunningham is and how she's always smiling, she's always dancing. And, she is exactly the opposite of a lot of these other women within the WNBA. And I love that about Sophie Cunningham. I also love that she seems to be a good role model. And so after seemingly every Indiana Fever game, you do now have Sophie Cunningham fans that are coming out. And unfortunately, they're getting picked on or bullied and attempts at being abused by these fans of the WNBA and some of these other players who don't like Sophie Cunningham. Now, I did ask the question, which is, are there any conservative owners within the WNBA? And Sam says there are.
Yeah, so there's currently 2. I'm going to butcher this pronunciation. Tillman Fertitta is buying the Connecticut Sun and relocating them to Houston as the Houston Comets in 2027. He also owns the NBA's Houston Rockets. A major Republican donor and Trump ally, has given substantially to GOP candidates and causes and Trump-related efforts, was nominated and confirmed as Trump's ambassador to Italy.
Wow.
And has been described as closely aligned with the president. So there's also Bill Cameron, who's the majority owner of the Dallas Wings. You see there's a theme here. Texas, listed among owners who directed contributions to Republican politicians and causes from 2016 to 2020. His company, American Fidelity, has leaned heavily Republican in recent cycles. So those 2 would be names to watch. I would put my money on Fertitta.
Yeah, I would love to see that.
Because he's probably ready to go for Tata.
Yep. Okay. It is 6:54 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN, and we do have some big problems on the roadway. So, Jay, let's go ahead and talk about the issues on 40 eastbound, and then we'll talk about your 7 o'clock newscast.
You got it, Dan. Yes, 40 eastbound between Stewart's Ferry Pike and Central Pike remains closed. They are investigating a fatal crash that occurred there about 4 hours ago. Traffic is being rerouted onto Stewart's Ferry Pike. Traffic backed up all the way to the airport. And traffic 40 westbound in that same area there, it too being affected as folks are doing the rubberneck thing, looking over at the other side of the interstate. And 24 westbound now before Sam Ridley Parkway. We have a crash blocking the HOV lane in Smyrna. And 40 eastbound at the Williamson-Cheatham County line, we have a crash there as well. So not a good road day thus far. And Dan, I'll go ahead and give you what we'll be covering at the top of the hour as well.
Yes.
A tragedy taking the life of a Nashville teen, a senseless shooting, this happening after a Friday night football game. And the trade war between the U.S. and Canada escalating. We'll have those stories and more coming up at 7 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Jay. By the way, Jay's in for Joan. Joan apparently going to get back in the next couple of days. Joan has been on vacation and looking forward to getting her back into Nashville's Morning News. Dan Mandis here for Mark Spain Real Estate. If you're stuck in a home that you can't sell, call my friends at Mark Spain. If your open houses are being ignored, again, call Mark Spain. There's some homes in my neighborhood. They've been on the market for months, man. I want to go up to the door and knock on the door and say, why did you call Mark Spain? He can get your home sold quickly with the guaranteed offer. The guaranteed offer for Mark Spain Real Estate does indeed keep you in control. You're going to get out of your home fast and with maximum profit. That is all part of the guaranteed offer. Now, Mark Spain Real Estate has over 72,000 clients. They are the #1 most reviewed real estate company in America with over 13,000 five-star reviews. Check them out online. It is markspain.com, 855-299-SOLD, 855-299-SOLD. Mark Spain Real Estate is the company that I recommend for selling your home. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing. .657 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Force-on-Force training is back at the Glock store. I talked about this. Chris and Matt talked about it as well. How much we absolutely loved this Force-on-Force training at the Glock store. It is a couple of words. I've been saying it's intense. It absolutely is intense. But it's also a lot of fun. It's also very educational. Now, these are real-life, live-action scenarios that test your marksmanship and, in my opinion, just as important, split-second decision-making in real time. Now, what it really does, this force-on-force training at the Glock store, is it helps you determine if you're up to the task of defending yourself and doing it legally and within the bounds of the law. Now, this was huge the last time around. They are bringing it back. And as we have famously told you here on Nashville's Morning News and other shows as well, I ended up getting shot during my force-on-force training. Obviously not real bullets. But what was real was the education. I realized that I wasn't quite ready to defend myself and my family. I didn't have the knowledge, and I needed to refresh my training. I'm doing that now at the Glock store. You need to find out for yourself in real time if you are ready. Force-on-force training at the Glock store is going to help you determine just that. It is only available at the Glock store. Again, I did it. I love that you will too. Each session focuses on your safety, Tennessee gun laws, and knowing when the right time is to shoot. Force-on-force training at the Glock store. Go to their website, glockstore.com/FOF, glockstore.com/FOF. They've only got 15 openings per session. Reserve yours now before time runs out. Find them online, glockstore.com/FOF.
It is 7 a.m. Yes, indeed. And I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. A traffic situation that's still a mess on I-40 eastbound between Stewart's Ferry Pike and Central Pike. The interstate closed there. Traffic being rerouted onto Stewart's Ferry Pike. Then you got to jump back on the interstate if you want at Old Hickory Boulevard. The interstate closed there due to a fatal accident from about 4 hours ago. We'll also get you a weather forecast. A Nashville family grieving after a 16-year-old boy was fatally shot after a high school football game this past Friday night. Channel 2's Liz DeSantis has more.
Trying to find the words for a pain no mother expects to know. Friday night, her 16-year-old son Cameron went to a high school football game. He never came home. Police say the Hunters Lane High School junior was shot multiple times on Herman Street near 25th Avenue North after a football game at nearby Pearl Cone High School had ended. At 16, he was already planning on what came next, to graduate, learn HVAC, and make enough money to support his family. Now, instead of helping her son get ready for prom, Brittany is raising money to bury him.
The investigation remains active. Authorities have not released a motive if they found one. The Youth Peace and Justice Foundation has offered up to $5,000 for information that leads to the identification and arrest for whoever is responsible for just this senseless, ridiculous shooting. The trade war between the U.S. and Canada is escalating after negotiations collapsed in the final hour. ABC's Rachel Scott, she reports from Washington.
President Trump has now imposed a 50% tariff on $20 billion of Canadian goods. Ontario Premier Doug Ford says President Trump cannot be trusted.
President Trump is the type of person that would steal your lunch money the first day. He'd steal the toque off your head the second day. And the third day, he'd steal your running shoes.
Starting September 8th, Canada will impose a 50% tariff on U.S. goods. Everything from steel and dairy and clothes to plywood, alcohol, and electronics.
Sources tell ABC News that House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries and Jared Kushner, the president's son-in-law and close advisor, met in New York City in recent weeks. ABC's Rachel Scott. We've got Rachel again. She is still in D.C., and she reports.
So this was a broad conversation, but one of the areas of focus was ways to find possible common ground on issues. And of course, the timing on all of this is very striking. We're less than 75 days away to the midterm elections. Democrats feel pretty good about their chances of retaking the House, which would put Jeffries in line to become the next speaker.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the market numbers report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. They're online at beaconcm.com. The Dow futures down 64. The S&P futures down 12. The NASDAQ, it's down 143.5. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather coming up. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News.
Thank you, Jay. 7:04, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I want to tell you about my friends at the Wellness Institute of Nashville. I have been a client of Dr. Kevin Mitchell for about 12 years now, and he's awesome. And so is my once bad back. Again, thanks to the Wellness Institute of Nashville. They've been changing lives for 20 years with innovation and technology. And this year marks his big 20th year with Pioneer Days in Technology Ways. So to celebrate in style, Dr. Mitchell is offering you the Big 20, which is going to give you 50% off non-surgical spinal decompression therapy. Discover why patients across Tennessee trust Dr. Mitchell and Dr. Ashley for answers and relief. So if you've been suffering from sciatica, neuropathy, spinal stenosis, bulging discs, neck pain, back pain, tingling, and weakness in your arms or legs, they can help you today. Find them online, painisbad.com. Painisbad.com, 615-246-5009. No surgery, no injections, no painkillers. 615-246-5009, painisbad.com. Dr. Mitch and Dr. Ashley at the Wellness Institute of Nashville have my seal of approval.
Our big traffic news this morning continues. I-40 eastbound between Stewart's Ferry Pike and Central Pike. It is completely closed down. A fatal accident involving an overturned garbage truck. And unofficially, we've had several super texters tell us the garbage truck that they have seen as they have gone by appears to be yellow and green in color. Again, that, according to some super texters, we had others asking us the color of the truck. So we are passing that along. Also, an SUV involved, multiple vehicles involved in this. There is, unfortunately, a fatality. Traffic is being rerouted onto Stewart's Ferry Pike. You can jump back on the interstate if you choose at Old Hickory Boulevard. Also, traffic on 40 westbound across the road from all of this. Traffic is pretty stacked up as the rubbernecking is going on there. 40 eastbound at the Williamson-Cheatham County line. We've got a crash, and you've got stop-and-go traffic all the way back to exit 182. 24 westbound before Sam Ridley. This is headed into town. There is a crash there in Smyrna. I'm Jay Harper.
.708, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Hope you are doing well. We had E.J. Antoni scheduled for this segment. We got no answer, so we're working to reschedule E.J. Antoni. There is a lot going on from an economic standpoint. Today is day one of economic D-Day for Iran. Scott Bessent has been making the rounds talking about what is going to happen to Iran as far as, again, economic D-Day. The big question is, number one, why haven't we been doing this all along? And number two, what exactly is the plan? We don't know right now. We'll eventually find out what that plan is later on today at about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So that'll be when Chad's on, so he'll get all the fun. But we did have a Daily Dan poll. Watch us on YouTube and take the Daily Dan poll. Today's poll was, do you really think that financial D-Day, financial Armageddon, whatever it is you want to call it, very harsh sanctions against not only Iran, but also nations that do business with Iran will face those sanctions. And the question is, do you believe that this will have any real impact? How did we word the Daily Dan poll?
Do you think financial D-Day will end the war with Iran?
And
87% now say no.
Okay.
And we're part of that 87%.
I don't think so, but you know what? Who knows what'll happen?
Well, and I've noticed something. I don't know if you've seen any military recruiting ads lately, but a lot of them are being voiced by Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, and the line that keeps getting repeated is peace through strength. Peace through strength.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, that's the only way countries and organizations, I don't want to refer to entire nations, but organizations like the IRGC, ISIS, the Taliban, they're only going to respond, when they're crushed by the strength of a greater force.
The nations like Iran and the IRGC, they only respond to death and blood and bullets and bombs. That's all that they respond to. And so I understand that, the sanctions and all that is going to be, a pretty big deal. I don't know if it's going to do any good. And we've been doing this for quite some time. By the way, we've also sanctioned China. We've sanctioned Russia. We've sanctioned all of these various nations. And by and large, they never really seem to do much. So anyway, we'll continue to follow this story. We'll see what Scott Bessent announces at 1 o'clock this afternoon to get some specifics on what exactly is in store for Iran. And maybe I'll do a bigger segment on this. I did an earlier one in the 5 o'clock hour. Maybe I'll bring that back here in a little bit. But there's a lot of other things that are going on. J.D. Vance, he is making the rounds. And this is one of the things that he said over he was in Ohio.
Yep, in Middletown, Ohio, where his papa worked.
Yes.
We got a lot of work to do, but we're making progress on all the things that matter the most. On the affordability question, we know that under Joe Biden, the cost of a median price home nearly doubled. Now, for the first time in over 5 years, rents are falling for the first time. We got a lot of work to do, but we're finally seeing that American dream of homeownership become accessible again to our young people. And it's not just affordability.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing what happens when you start kicking out all the illegal aliens and they start self-deporting as well. I mean, we saw, I forget the numbers, but we saw Nashville, our rents and our mortgages, but particularly our rents, dropped dramatically. So I think that, and I've said this before, is the economy doing as well as we wanted to? No, but it could be a heck of a lot worse. And so we'll have to see how that impacts the midterm elections. I do believe that the Trump administration needs to be able to make the case for the economy heading into the midterm elections. And certainly we are there now.
Well, and with this, he's there announcing with this America First economic agenda, a $1 billion investment in the facility that he's standing in with all those workers. It's a steel facility aimed at upgrades, job protection, and creation, and modernizing manufacturing. Some of that's going to be some federal money, which if we're spending federal dollars on something, I would prefer for it to be for our economic well-being, not on health care for people that aren't legally present in this country.
Yeah, of course.
And so this was a personal homecoming for him. This was Thursday before he's on with Newsmax in this next clip you're going to play, but this is before he headed out to Ohio. The broader messaging, again, being on the jobs, manufacturing revival, which I think is a huge thing. I think you would agree.
Yep.
Affordability and contrasting the policies, because that's kind of what it's going to come down to in the midterms. It's not your personality. It's not, the horrible thing you did when you were in high school. What policy are you bringing to the table as you run for office?
Yeah, this was J.D. Vance talking about the economy on Newsmax.
Even though the debt is too high, even though we inherited this debt bomb from the Biden administration, we actually do have a plan to get the economy growing faster than the debt, and that's the most important thing. The issue that we've had under the Biden administration and what we're still kind of dealing with is that the debt was growing faster than American GDP. Mm-hmm. That's the problem. That's something that we're certainly fixing every single day in the Trump administration. But even though the media doesn't cover this, I'm glad you're asking this question because Scott Bessent is very much on top of it. He knows it's a problem, and he's got the president's empowerment to do something about it.
All right, so coming up, I have not actually heard this yet. Sam has been dying to tell me about something. Is it something that Abdul El-Sayed tweeted out or said about J.D. Vance?
Yeah, there's some previous posts that have come to light now that really show the true character of the Democrat nominee for Senate.
Oh, I think we already know, but we'll talk about that straight ahead. Got some really bad traffic situations going on right now. Really bad traffic accident, 40 eastbound in Hermitage. So, Jay, what's the latest on eastbound 40?
Yeah, pretty much what we've been dealing with all morning, Dan. 40 eastbound between Stewart's Ferry Pike and Central Pike remains closed due to a fatal accident. That occurred several hours ago. Traffic backed up all the way to Donaldson Pike and also on the other side of the interstate in the same spot. 40 westbound, we've got rubberneckers there, so that's pretty slow. And 24 westbound headed into the city at exit 66 at Sam Ridley Parkway, a crash there blocking the right exit lane. So there, your current traffic situation.
All right, thank you very much, Jay. Appreciate it. As far as your weather goes, it's going to be a really nice day today. Actually, we are talking about mostly sunny, highs near 88. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News. By the way, we do have video to all of the audio that we're playing today. So if you want to watch the radio show as it unfolds, YouTube, Facebook, X, 99.7 WTN, Rumble, and if you want to listen or download the podcast, whatever, anywhere you get your audio, anywhere you get your podcasts, there we are. Thing I love about YouTube is you can watch us anytime of the day or night. So if you missed, the 5 o'clock hour, if you missed the 6, whatever, then you can go back and just watch it in, at your convenience. And so you can find us anywhere on video or downloadable podcasts, etc. It is 7:16 on Super Talk 99.7. All right, so I love this video. This is real quick. What is it they say? How to tell me you're running for president without telling me that you're running for president?
Exactly.
J.D. Vance is, there's great video of him pouring beers for supporters in Middletown, Ohio.
Yeah, this is at
That's so funny.
I think Price Hill. This is a chili restaurant, and he didn't just do, one or two beers for some people. This is a shortened clip. He was standing behind the bar for quite a while, tending to people's needs as beer was coming out, chili was coming out to people. This was after his event in the manufacturing plant, took his tie off, kind of let loose a little bit, and wanted to be. And this is where he's from. This is his hometown. I'm sure he's been there before.
These are his peeps.
Yeah.
So I love this. And clearly, I don't know, he's got to step it up, though. I think the ultimate was Donald Trump working at McDonald's.
Yeah.
I think. We've talked about this. I mean, which was the more epic, Trump in the dump truck or Trump at McDonald's?
Oh, McDonald's by far.
I think McDonald's as well.
We know he genuinely loves McDonald's.
And he genuinely appreciated the fact that, I remember this, where he's like, no human hands have touched these French fries. You know what I mean? I mean, he genuinely enjoyed it.
Yeah, after the other candidate for president pretty much
Kamala
made
Harris.
up the fact that
she worked at that McDonald's in Oakland, don't you know? So then they go to the McDonald's in Oakland. Nope, never heard of her.
maybe worked the corner.
Anyway,
but
so
it goes to show the kind of character that the vice president has and the respect for where he comes from.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, that's a huge thing when it comes to character. We get into policy stuff when the election opens up, sure. But it sets a foundation that, the Michigan Democrat nominee for Senate, Abdul al-Rahman Mohammed al-Saeed.
Yes.
Apparently some posts have come to light. And he was there praising his papa, talking about the plant where his papa welded in that plant 40 some odd years ago. But Abdul thought that he needed to share his thoughts. So do we think JD is taking Usha back with him back in time to meet Papa, or no? As if his grandfather would be racist towards his wife.
why? Well, okay, so if you're Abdul El-Said and you understand how popular J.D. Vance is with the Republican Party, and you know that, to me anyway, it seems like J.D. Vance, by and large, some people may quibble with some things with J.D., but by and large, I mean, people like him. So the only thing that Abdul El-Said can do, and people like him of his ilk, is, play the race card, because that's the only play that they have.
Yeah.
And I mean, I don't know. They called J.D. Vance racist or trying to indicate that his family was racist? Is that what he said?
Yeah, he's trying to indicate that Pawpaw would have been racist towards his wife. And this isn't the first attack. I mean, we've heard people talk about how, J.D. Vance is working with an administration that would try to deport his wife and children. These people are completely out of touch with reality.
I think you're right. And I think, we were talking last week about the polling, where you had one poll that showed that Abdul El-Said was previous, like in the early part of the week, oh my gosh, he's lost all of this ground to Mike Rogers and in Michigan. But, it turns out then there's another poll that shows that they were neck and neck. So, I don't know what to make of the polling. I think we discovered last week yet again with what is happening in California, in Los Angeles, with that fake polling in the Karen Bass mayoral race. Remember, we talked about literally there was a company that put out fake polling data, and they knew that they were putting out fake polling data. They said, oh yeah, this is a part of a sociological experiment. And they said, oh, Karen Bass is, doing really well. And I think perhaps it impacted the election, but whatever. So the authorities are looking at that in California. Maybe they can get popped for something. But I think that if that's the kind of race that Abdul El-Said is going to run, and that's part of his character. I mean, I don't believe that Abdul El-Said, I think he's got bad character.
Yeah, remember, that's an American name. That's just as an American name as Daniel or Samuel
or JD
or Jay or JD or Joan. It's just as American, Abdul.
Exactly. All right, it is 7:22 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Jay has, let's real quick, Jay, talk about the traffic first, then we'll talk about your 7:30.
Sure. I-40 eastbound between Stewart's Ferry Pike and Central Pike remains closed. And we've gotten some frustration from folks on the super text line saying, why does it take so long to clear these accidents? Well, there's a fatality involved here. So the investigation, they really go over it with a fine-tooth comb in these situations, and that takes a while, especially when you have multiple vehicles involved. But nonetheless,
There's a fire too, Jay.
yes,
wasn't there?
a vehicle caught on fire.
Yeah.
I mean, what an absolute just nightmare on many levels. Again, the traffic being rerouted onto Stewart's Ferry Pike, traffic backed up eastbound all the way to Donaldson Pike and beyond. And on the other side of the Interstate 40 westbound, we have backups as folks are checking out what happened on 40 eastbound. Also, on 24, we can't leave out 24, of course. I-24 westbound before Sam Ridley Parkway, we have a crash reported there as well, Dan.
Thank you, Jay. 723, Super Talk 99.7. Jay's got the news coming up at 7:30. Jay, what you got?
Yeah, there we'll be talking about this economic D-Day. We've been hearing about all that, and we'll hear more about it at the bottom of the hour. And also, we'll have the latest on just a horrendous situation, a family suffering as their 16-year-old family member shot senselessly walking home from a football game in Nashville on Friday. We'll have those stories at the bottom of the hour on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
You know, we always worry about our mortality, right? You know, every time we get an ache or a pain, we worry about what's really going on with our bodies. Well, don't wonder and worry. Take charge of your health and find out for sure with Kraft Body Scan. Now, they can tell you what's really going on inside, you know, things like cancer and heart disease. They can really creep up on you, and it's really sinister. So you need to be vigilant about knowing that you're okay and not just hoping you're okay, because you want to be around for your kids and your grandkids. Now, I've been telling you about my dad, who sadly didn't pay close enough attention, and he passed away from a massive heart attack 6 months before his first grandchild was born. That's why I feel so passionate about what they do at Kraft Body Scan. These scans can literally be lifesavers, and right now they're offering our listeners their couples heart and lung scan, valued at over $2,500 for just $99. To take advantage of it, go to togetherwescan.com, togetherwescan.com, promo code Dan50, call them 615-436-1000, and do not forget that great deal Kraft Body Scan offering our listeners their couples heart and lung scan, valued at $2,500 for just $99. Togetherwescan.com, promo code Dan50.
It is 7:29. I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. The top story this morning, traffic. Those that are trying to get out of town on 40 eastbound, your traffic is not going well this morning. The interstate in the Hermitage area is closed as fatal crash detectives investigate a deadly interstate crash involving a garbage truck and multiple other vehicles early this morning. According to Metro Police, the crash was first reported just after 3 a.m., and police responded to mile marker 221 on I-40 East. That's between Stewart's Ferry Pike and Old Hickory Boulevard. Metro reported that the crash involved a sedan, multiple passenger vehicles, and a garbage truck. The officers arrived to find the sedan on fire and the garbage truck overturned. One person pronounced dead at the scene by medical personnel. All eastbound lanes have been shut down for the investigation as the fatal crash team tries to piece together what exactly caused this deadly crash. Eastbound traffic, it's being diverted off Stewart's Ferry Pike. Drivers can hop back on the interstate at Old Hickory Boulevard. And traffic on the westbound side also coming into town. It too affected by this as folks take a look at what's going on across the roadway there. Economic D-Day, that's what the Trump administration is calling a new set of sanctions against Iran, which it promises will be the toughest in history. Here's ABC's Ian Pennell to report.
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says the goal is to, quote, sever every economic lifeline until Tehran stands alone. Now, Iran is warning that if the economic war continues, quote, not a single drop of oil will be exported through the Strait of Hormuz. Despite the rhetoric and the ongoing U.S. blockade on Iranian ports, we are now approaching 6 months since the U.S. and Israel launched their attacks on Iran, and there is no sign of a resolution.
And now for just a sickening story here in Nashville, where a family is grieving after a 16-year-old boy was fatally shot after a high school football game this past Friday night. Channel 2's Liz DeSantis has more.
Brittany Frierson is trying to find the words for a pain no mother expects to know. Friday night, her 16-year-old son Cameron went to a high school football game. He never came home. Police say the Hunters Lane High School junior was shot multiple times on Herman Street near 25th Avenue North after a football game at nearby Pearl Cone High School had ended. At 16, he was already planning on what came next, to graduate, learn HVAC, and make enough money to support his family. Now, instead of helping her son get ready for prom, Brittany is raising money to bury him.
The investigation remains active. Authorities, they have yet to either find a motive, or if they have not released one. The Youth Peace and Justice Foundation has offered up to $5,000 for information that leads to the identification and arrest of whoever is responsible for this just senseless shooting. 16-year-old boy. That is the latest news. We'll get to this extended traffic report and weather here in just a bit. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News.
Thank you, Jay. 7:32, Nashville's Morning News. Dan Mandis here. Back to school time means back to busy schedules. Homework and activities, of course. The last thing you need to worry about is your HVAC. So let Busy Bee do that for you with big time savings. Now, this month, you schedule any HVAC maintenance or repair, you get a free dryer vent cleaning that is added safety and one less thing that you need to worry about. If you need a new HVAC system, you buy a high-efficiency unit, and you'll be entered to win Busy Bee's Healthy Hive giveaway, a $1,500 sponsorship for the local school of your choice is coming your way. You can also gift your favorite teacher or staff member a Beehive membership. You can also get a $500 gift card with qualifying whole home repipes or mainline replacements. Bottom line with Busy Bee is that they've got a number of different ways to save you money each and every month and also connect with the community. By the way, with approved credit, enjoy 0% financing for 18 months because at Busy Bee, they know the times are tough and they want to help. Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Call them at 615-775-7833. 615-775-7833. Find them online, busybeehvac.com. 734, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Why not go to Brentwood Jewelry for all your jewelry needs? I do. Now, they are, simply put, the best in Middle Tennessee. At Brentwood Jewelry, they've got incredible selections of watches for both men and women for any budget, and great selections of Rolexes, both new and used. If pocket knives are your thing, they feature the William Henry collection. They are beautiful. And if you're getting engaged, well, they've got everything from wedding bands to semi-mount engagement rings and a whole lot more. This is why Brentwood Jewelry is my jewelry store. By the way, guys, if you're looking for something for that special lady in your life, they do feature at Brentwood Jewelry bracelets, earrings, necklaces, and a whole lot more. And again, great prices and selection, outstanding customer service as well. Check them out. Exceptional styles, exceptional deals every day for over 50 years. Find them online, BrentwoodJewelry.com. 7012 Church Street East, located in the heart of Brentwood, just off Franklin Road. As always, tell them Dan Man just told you to reach out, BrentwoodJewelry.com, BrentwoodJewelry.com.
Interstate 40 eastbound between Stewart's Ferry Pike and Central Pike still have a closed interstate there. A fatality happened in a multi-vehicle crash early this morning. The roadway remains closed for the crash investigation. Traffic being rerouted off of Stewart's Ferry Pike. Also 40 westbound in that same area. You've got stop-and-go traffic there due to folks checking out the accident on the other side of the interstate there. Also, we have a problem on, it's been a crazy traffic morning. Bear with me here. Let's see. South Mount Juliet Road, southbound at Old Lebanon Dirt Road. That a crash in Mount Juliet. And a crash over in Fairview they've been working on for a while. This is 40 eastbound at the Williamson-Cheatham County line. And stop-and-go traffic from exit 182, hindering things there. I'm Jay Harper.
.737, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Hope you are doing well. And welcome on in to Super Talk 99.7 and your August 24th of 2026. Lots going on. So apparently it is Economic D-Day for Iran. We are going to get into the very latest there. But real quickly, I'll be emceeing an event in Murfreesboro tomorrow night. I cannot wait, celebrating 25 years of community giving for Feed America First. It's a big celebration. I'm going to be out there as well as a lot of other folks. The View at Fountains in Murfreesboro, and Senator Marsha Blackburn's going to be there as well. She's a special guest. We do have some tickets still available, feedamericafirst.com. Meals are going to be served, and it's going to be a lot of fun. Again, tomorrow night, August 25th. Check them out online, feedamericafirst.com. So it is Economic D-Day for Iran. I'm trying not to get, too, what's the right word? I don't know, excited about this, because we've talked about this ad nauseum. And so I don't know, for me, I don't know if you're excited about this, but I did cover this in the first hour. And I'm having a hard time thinking that this is really going to do much. I think that this administration is full of a lot of bluster. And that is obvious. And so for me, well, okay, so what is going to be different with these sanctions than from previous sanctions? Because we do all of these sanctions, and listen, the sanctions, they don't seem to do much, as some people on the super text line, basically saying that they don't believe the sanctions are going to do anything. We have a Daily Dan poll up. If you're just joining us, the Daily Dan poll on YouTube was, okay, so do you believe that the sanctions here on Economic D-Day will lead to the end of the Iran war? Last time we checked, it was at 83% said no.
87% say no.
87% says no. Well, Scott Bessent says it's absolutely going to end the war. This is what he says. I have some video here, Sam.
The economic pressure means that we are going to all of our allies, and this is going to be the greatest coordinated economic isolation in the history of the world. If we are doing the maximum economic pressure, then that means that likely there will not be a large-scale kinetic restart. We are going to collapse this regime.
All right, so and that final sentence where the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, said, we are going to collapse this regime. Well, the regime is responding. The regime in Iran is responding. Part of what they say is, bottom line is that they are not, they're not impressed. Iran doesn't necessarily seem to be scared. Remember what's going on is that there is a lot of in-country propaganda that has been going on inside of Iran. So even if they were shaking in their boots or whatever the hell it is that they wear on their feet, you wouldn't know it, because the Iranians, the government in Iran, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, they don't want their people to see them worried. They're like, what, us worry? This is the story from the Daily Mail. President Trump's Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent vowing on Sunday that the U.S. is set to launch the single greatest financial offensive ever against Iran. The single greatest financial offensive ever. And of course, my question is, okay, again, not to belabor the point, but how many are we? Sam, help me out. We 5 months into this thing? The Iran war? I think it's about 5 months. It started in February. I believe we're now in August. 6 months. 5.5 months. So why are we waiting 5.5 months in to launch the single greatest financial offensive ever? Why is it taking this long?
We're actually right at 6 months.
Are we right at 6 months?
Yeah, February 28th.
Okay. Bessent hinted at what the offensive may look like in his op-ed for the Financial Times on Sunday, as he directly threatened any country that does business with the Islamic Republic. So, we're talking about China. We're talking about Russia. We're talking about North Korea and any other Middle Eastern nation. At dawn, this is what he wrote. At dawn begins an economic D-Day, the single greatest financial offensive ever marshaled against an adversary, Bessent wrote ahead of a scheduled news conference Monday afternoon. I'm told it's at 1 o'clock. Thank you, Jay. President Trump, he says, has decimated Iran's economy to a point where their economy has never been weaker and inflation has rarely been higher. The regime's final refuge now lies in the self-deception of fearful nations that still believe accommodating aggression can secure a durable peace. He went on to hit out at Iran's enablers who are buying petroleum from China, who are buying petroleum from the country, and turn a blind eye to seaborne fuel transfers and the illicit use of their banks, all the while concealing the extent of their complicity. In short, these countries calculate appeasement of the regime to be the safer course, but they would do well to consider the consequences of sustaining it. Again, tough words from Scott Bessent. He then vowed that any country that severs ties with Iran will deepen their access to global capital, reinforce confidence in their markets, and attain the standing they seek in the world economy. In other words, if you're China and we catch you doing business with Iran, well, then guess what's going to happen? We're not going to do business with you, and we're going to sanction you. So Iran, though, their response was, well, guess what? If you acquiesce to the demands of President Trump over there in America, then we are going to hit you. And so you've got some nations, like China. I don't think China cares either way. But China's like, okay, well then who do we do business with? Do we do business with the Americans, or do we do business with Iran?
Well, the president has truth. Shout out to Chris Hand, who's listening in the car, sent me the post.
Yes.
As of 3 minutes ago, Iran is completely collapsing. President DJT.
Was that the entire Truth
Social? That's one of the
Social?
shortest posts he's ever made.
And that was what, you said 3 minutes ago?
Yeah.
All right. Do it one more time.
Iran is completely collapsing. President DJT.
Not even a thank you for your attention to this matter, like nothing. All right, very good. It is 7:45 and time to check the roads. Jay Harper on WTN.
Yes, Dan, things not getting any better here. I-40 eastbound between Stewart's Ferry Pike and Central Pike still closed down due to a crash investigation. A fatal crash occurring about 3 o'clock this morning involving a garbage truck and multiple vehicles. An SUV, one of those vehicles, it caught on fire. Again, there is a fatality in this tragic accident. And the other side of the interstate, 40 westbound, in that pretty well same area, we've got backed up traffic there as well. And also, let's see, 40 eastbound at the Cheatham-Williamson County line, a crash there that has traffic backed up to about, Highway 96, that's exit 182. So a rough morning, especially on 40 east of the city.
All right, very good. Thank you for that, Jay. And we'll continue to keep folks updated on what is going on. By the way, as far as your weather goes, mostly sunny today and a high near 88. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, one of the other things that Iran is saying is that they will restrict all oil coming through the Strait of Hormuz if we go about this financial D-Day and all of the sanctions and targeting the businesses, or the companies, I should say, well, probably the businesses too, that Iran does business with. And so they're saying that we'll completely stop all of the oil flow through the Strait of Hormuz. Part of what is in the news today, and I did report this earlier, is that apparently the flow of oil through the Strait of Hormuz has increased 400% over the last couple of weeks. Now, there may be some game playing here because I don't know how many ships that is coming through the Strait of Hormuz, but I will tell you that we did have that story earlier in, not earlier in the week, last week, where, we took out, CENTCOM talked about how we took out Iran's ability to monitor the Strait of Hormuz, took out whatever it is, their satellites, their monitoring stations, whatever. And so we've been able to sneak a bunch of ships right by the coast of Oman there through the Strait of Hormuz. And we've been able to get a bunch of oil tankers through. I've been, talking about this for the last several days, where the cost of gas, it's not where we want it to be, but it's nowhere we were warned that it would be. So it's too high. He's working to get it, to lower. But at the same time, all right, you know what? It's not depending on where you are, obviously, but it's not $5, $6, $7, $8 an hour, I should say, a gallon, which is what some people were saying that it would be at. So, you got to give the president some kudos for being able to get some oil through the Strait of Hormuz up 400%. And I think that's great. And we got to keep doing that. But Iran, they're saying that they're going to stop all oil from coming through the Strait of Hormuz. I would ask this question. If you had that ability, Iran, why haven't you done it so far? Right? Why haven't they done it so far? They've been talking big just like we have. So anyway, there's a lot of saber rattling going on both sides. And so we'll have to watch to see how this whole thing plays out. Most people who I talk to, most of the folks on the Super Text line, the Daily Dan poll, we are all incredibly cynical. By the way, Iran apparently now has put on a $10 million bounty on the head of one Barron Trump.
Yeah, it's been called out on X. Islamic Republic state-run Channel 3 has now openly broadcast a video targeting Barron Trump, discussing ways to reach him and promoting a reported $10 million bounty. This isn't some anonymous account on social media. This was broadcast on state television, and they are claiming in this video, I can't find a way to share it, but they're claiming in this video that they have got leaked information from a woman on the inside of the United States. I don't know if it's the government or just our country, writ large, on where he could be found and where he could be handled, so to speak. It's a 2-minute long video. I believe it's all in Arabic.
Right.
But they say that they have information and that they're willing to pay a $10 million prize. We know that there's been previous threats, obviously, towards Trump, Melania, some senior officials.
Yeah.
But I think the interesting thing to point out, and some other people in the comments on these posts have pointed it out too, why not start with Eric or Don Jr.? I think it says something to go straight for Barron as one of the targets, if you will, from the Iranian Republic Guard, whatever. I don't know.
Islamic.
I'm not going to give them the credit they deserve. I'm not going to.
IRGC. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and here's the thing is that, and I'm not excusing, any of this, but Donald Trump killed their supreme leader. They've had a hit out on Donald Trump for, years and years and years now. He also seriously injured, maimed the supreme leader's son, who is now the guy in charge. We call him Stumpy because he only has one leg now. And he's been all burned and all that kind of stuff.
Rumored to be gay.
I don't care about that. But bottom line is that for the president, this is really nothing new. And that's why you have Barron with all of the security that he has. So anyway, bottom line is Iran is retaliating. We took care of a lot of their guys and a lot of the people that are in charge there. We're down, 3-4 layers of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, right?
Yeah.
About 3 or 4. And so we've taken out a lot of their guys. It doesn't surprise me that Iran wants to take out Barron or Eric or anybody else within the Trump family. And so it just stands to reason. That is why we have to be especially careful with the first family. All right. It is 7:52 on Super Talk 99.7. And let's see here. So, Jay, let's talk about the traffic first, as we have been all morning long. Then we'll talk about your news at 8.
Yes, sir, Dan. The Interstate 40 eastbound. This is headed out of the city now. Between Stewart's Ferry Pike and Central Pike, it's been closed for several hours due to a fatal accident involving multiple vehicles, one of which caught on fire. Traffic being rerouted onto Stewart's Ferry Pike. You can get back on the interstate at Old Hickory. Also, in the other direction, headed inbound, traffic in that area also being affected as the rubbernecking going on there. And let's see, South Mount Juliet Road, southbound at Old Lebanon Dirt Road in Mount Juliet. We have a fairly significant crash there as well. So that is the current traffic situation.
All right, very good. Thank you, Jay. Lots going on. Great coverage this morning on all of the problems on the roadway. What do we have in the news coming up at 8?
Yeah, Economic D-Day. That's what the Trump administration's calling a bunch of sanctions against Iran. You've been talking about that all morning here, Dan, but we'll have some national reaction to that. And we've been reporting this all morning as well. Just a horrific incident with a Nashville family grieving. The 16-year-old boy and their family shot after coming home from a high school football game on Friday. That all coming up at the top of the hour on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Dan Mandis here for my friends at the Covered Patio. Warmer weather means you want to spend more time outside. Fall is coming as well. And so that is, for me personally, I do have a back patio, and I love sitting out there in the fall. So now, here's the deal. If you don't have a patio already, my friends at the Covered Patio, they can build you one. If you've got one that needs some fixing up or maybe some upgrading, they can help you there as well. The Covered Patio, they've got all kinds of ways to help you out. They've got motorized screens. They've got patio covers. They've got custom wooden decks. They've got outdoor structures. And so basically, your back screened-in porch becomes a lot more enjoyable when you call in my friends at the Covered Patio. They've got a ton of options with styles for every budget. The Covered Patio, they are dedicated to fair prices, customized solutions for your specific home and space. So enjoy your home a lot more with an incredible patio upgrade from the Covered Patio. Reach out to them at 615-695-2407, 615-695-2407, online, thecoveredpatio.com, thecoveredpatio.com. $7:58, Super Talk, 99.7 WTN, Super Text line, very active this morning, 615-737-9986. Here we go, 2211. You ready? What an idiotic statement, even for you, Dan. Thank you. Trump started this war, and you're giving him credit for gas prices coming down. You know, sometimes maybe I speak too fast for some folks. Do you think that's what it is, Sam? Maybe I speak too fast for some people. 2211.
You do have some Ben Shapiro type speed.
Do I have at times? You know what I do? I get excited. There's no way I'm as fast as Ben Shapiro, though. That dude can fit like 4 hours of content into 3 hours, although he doesn't do his radio show anymore, sadly. But anyway, 2211. So, no, what I said was, and maybe I'll have to slow down, but yeah, I understand. By the way, we could debate on the whole Trump started this war thing, and we had been debating it, but whatever. What I'm saying to you is that there were predictions from some people, probably some hopes from maybe people like you, that gasoline prices would go up to like $6, $7, $8 a gallon. But he's been able to, and just read the Wall Street Journal, dude, he's been able to keep the gas prices, nobody likes the $3.40 or 50 cents a gallon. Nobody likes that. But he's been able to keep the gas prices at least lower when you compare it to what people were predicting. That's all I'm saying. And he's working very hard to try to get those gas prices down even more. I'm not saying it's perfect. I've been critical of this war for a long time, but you also have to give him credit where I believe credit is due, even if, 2211, you don't agree. And I thank you for listening. 8 o'clock, WTN.
It is 8 a.m. I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. The top story locally has been a fatal accident on I-40 eastbound. The interstate in Hermitage is closed as fatal crash detectives investigate a deadly interstate crash involving a garbage truck and multiple other vehicles that happened early this morning. According to Metro Police, the crash first reported at about 3 o'clock. Officers responded to mile marker 221 on I-40 East between Stewart's Ferry and Old Hickory. Metro reported that the crash involved a sedan, multiple other passenger vehicles, and a garbage truck. The officers arrived to find the sedan on fire and the garbage truck overturned. One person was pronounced dead at the scene by medical personnel. All eastbound lanes were shut down for the investigation, and that is still the case. Crash team investigators trying to piece together just what happened here. Eastbound traffic, as we said earlier, still being diverted off at Stewart's Ferry. Drivers can then get back on the interstate at Old Hickory Boulevard. Traffic headed westbound, it too affected by this on I-40 in that location. Economic D-Day, that's what the Trump administration is calling a new set of sanctions against Iran, which it promises will be the toughest in history. ABC's Ian Pennell reports.
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says the goal is to, quote, sever every economic lifeline until Tehran stands alone. Now, Iran is warning that if the economic war continues, quote, not a single drop of oil will be exported through the Strait of Hormuz. Despite the rhetoric and the ongoing U.S. blockade on Iranian ports, we are now approaching 6 months since the U.S. and Israel launched their attacks on Iran, and there is no sign of a resolution.
A Nashville family grieving after a 16-year-old boy was fatally shot after a high school football game this past Friday night. Channel 2's Liz DeSantis has more.
Brittany Frierson is trying to find the words for a pain no mother expects to know. Friday night, her 16-year-old son Cameron went to a high school football game. He never came home. Police say the Hunters Lane High School junior was shot multiple times on Herman Street near 25th Avenue North after a football game at nearby Pearl-Cohn High School had ended. At 16, he was already planning on what came next, to graduate, learn HVAC, and make enough money to support his family. Now, instead of helping her son get ready for prom, Brittany is raising money to bury him.
The investigation, of course, is active. Authorities, they have either not found a motive or they have, and they just have not released it. The Youth Peace and Justice Foundation, they have offered up to $5,000 for information that leads to the identification and arrest of who is responsible for this shooting. That is the latest news. We'll get you more traffic and some weather. At least the weather forecast looks nice. We'll get both to you here in just a bit. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News. Interstate 40 eastbound between Stewart's Ferry Pike and Central Pike, it remains closed. They are still conducting the crash investigation there from a fatal accident that involved multiple vehicles, one of which caught on fire early this morning. They are rerouting traffic onto Stewart's Ferry Pike, but looking at traffic cameras, the traffic is just sitting there. It's not going anywhere off of Stewart's Ferry. And the traffic also backed up past the airport. This is just an absolute mess. And on the other side of the highway there, traffic going the other direction, westbound, it's being affected by this as well as people stop and look at what's going on. I-40 eastbound at the Williamson-Cheatham County line, we have a crash there. And also 40 eastbound at the Jefferson Street exit, exit 207, a crash reported this morning. I'm Jay Harper.
.807 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Hope you are doing well, and welcome on in to the fourth and final hour of this August 24th of 2026 at Nashville's Morning News. One of the things that I love about this show is that I get to meet incredible people, and one such person is on the line right now. Gretchen Smith is with Code of Vets, founder, of course, of Code of Vets. And Gretchen, you and I go back such a long way, and I love what your organization does, and I love part of what your inspiration for starting Code of Vets was your father. And so we're going to get into what Code of Vets does and, why your organization deserves all of the attention that we can get it this morning. But I want to talk about your father, Sergeant Danny E. Smiley, and what he went through and how he was inspirational to you to start Code of Vets.
Good morning, Dan. Thank you. Yes, my dad is the inspiration of Code of Vets. He was a Vietnam veteran, airborne infantry, and when he came back, he was a chaotic soul and spirit, and it was a direct reflection on how he felt on the inside with what he experienced in the jungle. And we ended up losing Dad to his battle with PTSD. I tried to save him. Other family members did, but he just, not too long before he died, we sat down and had a conversation. And he said, and I asked Dad, what are you doing? We love you. We need you. You've got kids and grandkids. And he looked at me with big tears in his eyes, and he just said, Gretchen, I'm done. I'm done fighting. They've won. I'm tired, and I'm ready to go home. And he meant it. He meant every single word. And it just, really inspired me, and I tucked that away in my spirit because I had to finish raising my kids. And once I did, I wanted to do something to honor Dad. So I started Code of Vets to honor his life, his journey, and his service. And it just exploded from day one, Dan.
Well, he was 57 when he passed. And, one of the things that astonishes me, and I talk to veterans organizations all the time, and I love what you folks do there. And again, we'll get into some specifics here in a minute. But I think one of the things that astonishes me is there are so many groups just like yours. And I guess the question that I get asked all the time, so I'll ask you, with so many amazing organizations like yours, is that making an impact on the tragedy of veterans taking their own lives?
Well, I would like to think that it is, but the numbers out there are still too great. We still have many veterans out there committing suicide every day. And I know many of us vet orgs like to stick with that number 22, and it does fluctuate. but it does stay around in that vicinity. But however, I want to say that the VA, they are the ones who put these numbers out, and they do not include drug overdoses, alcoholism that does take lives, and it's just I feel like the number is greater than what we're being told. And that's something that we could highlight too. Many vet orgs could. It's a tragedy. All of us are out there doing everything that we can to assist these veterans to get them on the track of a path forward when they are struggling with PTSD, TBI, other issues, whatever it may be. And we're needed. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here. So the need is great, and PTSD it's a real uphill battle.
One of the things that your website says, taking care of our own, one veteran at a time. Let me ask you, somebody that is on the front lines here, what do we need to get that number down?
Well, we just all need to unify and try to partner as much as possible, because the need out there is staggering. We operate in real time, so we're out there with the veterans in the weeds, so we're seeing the needs firsthand every day, day in, day out. And when they come, in waves, we're seeing a lot of evictions. Rent is so high, so anything that goes wrong, it just puts them in a spiral. And a lot of these veterans are one paycheck away from homelessness, and that's just horrifying to live knowing that you're one paycheck away. So when they get to us, they're hopeless, they're on edge, they can barely function. So when we reach out our hand to pull them up and say, hey, brother, sister, we've got you, it's going to be okay, we help find them a path out of the weeds where they're at, because many times they can't see the future because they're so in the muck. So that's what we do, is we provide immediate financial relief just to alleviate that stress, Dan.
Gretchen Smith is with Coda Vets, one of my favorite veterans organizations. So, Gretchen, let's talk specifically about Coda Vets. You folks have been around for a long time. You've done some reorganizing, and talk about what exactly it is that your organization can do for these veterans that, number one, perhaps other organizations don't do, and number two, what do you need? Because we keep hearing these numbers and they're not going down, and then we hear, well, the actual number is far higher of these veterans taking their own lives. And so, number one, what is needed? If you want to expand on that, what can your organization do, and how can we at WTN Nation help you?
Okay, yes. So we've been around since November of 2018. I've raised nearly $8 million, assisted over 8,000 veterans, and we are seeing a consistent pattern. And it is as rent has increased over the past few years, it's just put our veterans in a really financial hardship. And basically a crisis. So we operate in real time. And while I'm out there on social media giving words of hope and just sharing information with veterans, and letting them know, hey, we're here, go to codavets.com, fill out the vet need form. And as those forms are rolling through our system, we're vetting the veterans, vetting the needs, and then we're putting them out there. And so the donors and the followers get to see each individual veteran and what their journey is, what their need is. And as we raise the money, I am pushing it out to the veteran in real time. So we're very unique in how we operate. I don't know of another vet org out there that operates the way we do. So, I'm literally sitting here as funds are flowing in, and I'm pushing them out. So our goal as rapid response is to get the funds to the veterans within 24 to 48 hours, because usually when we catch them, they're on the tail end of their eviction, meaning we only have, a matter of 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 days to keep them in their home. And the whole goal is to keep them from going homeless, because once they do, it becomes much more complicated of a case to get them back into housing.
40,000 homeless veterans on any given night. That is, of course, unacceptable here in America today. More with Gretchen Smith, Coda Vets, codavets.com. Coming up, time to check the roads real quick on WTN.
Interstate 40 eastbound between exits 219 and 221A still closed due to a fatal accident from earlier this morning. Traffic being rerouted onto Stewart's Ferry Pike, but it is exceedingly slow there. Also, I-40 westbound right before Briley Parkway, a crash at exit 215. 65 southbound at Trinity Lane, exit 87. We've picked up a crash there as well. I'm Jay Harper.
All right, thank you, Jay. As far as your weather for today, nice day, mostly sunny today, and a high near 88. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News. Gretchen Smith, codeofvets.com, one of my favorite veterans organizations. I saw this on your website because we're talking about helping veterans before they end up on the street. You talk about transitioning from military to civilian life is often overwhelming and stressful. Transferring military job skills, training, and education is a common problem for veterans. Let's talk about that because, and I don't know this, and I don't know if you maybe know it or not, but is there a program within the military that helps them to transfer those military skills to a job in the civilian world that would help them stay off the streets?
Yes, as we're out, because I am a veteran too. So as we're out processing, you are talking to admin, and they are, giving you resources. But at the time, like while they're handing you all this information, it's completely overwhelming because it's intimidating. You're getting out, and I'm speaking for enlisted because that's what I was. You didn't really have a lot of money in the military because you had to live on it to save for your transition for when you get out. So you're talking about, very, very small funds, getting out, starting an entirely new life, and they're handing you these resources. But what needs to be put in place is some sort of transition, because we actually have assisted veterans that have been outcrossed homeless, and that should never happen under any circumstance. And we had a young Army soldier end up in his car that we had to help him get out of the car. And a lot of them don't know how to translate their job, their military job, onto a resume in order to get a civilian job. So we have assisted in that area. And I do know that there's orgs out there that helps with resumes. And so we, as they flow our way, we will push them to other organizations that do that. But it's overwhelming, especially if you go in and you serve 2, 4, 6, 8 years and you get out and you're kind of waffle. And that's what I did. I didn't really have a specific place to go. Yes, you can get online and, but a lot of it's almost like a circle that, they'll send you to a website to read some information, and then you'll get another link to go somewhere else. I don't like that. I didn't like that. For me, it was overwhelming, and I can't imagine combat vets with PTSD trying to sit and follow that, until you get to a person or org that can actually give you the physical help you need. So I think all of this needs to be streamlined. We all need to partner in a way. We need to be under an umbrella. I don't know how to do that, but all of these vet orgs, so that we can, guide our young brothers and sisters as they're coming out to each other and kind of, wrap around them. That's been my thought recently since I've, been operating for about 8+ years. We've seen so much of it. They come out and they're hopeless. A lot of them come, if they're come from a dysfunctional family, they don't have anywhere to go. That's where we need to step in as vet orgs and partner and make sure they get stable, because the military, even though they do a good job, there's a lot of these young vets falling through the cracks. Well, yeah,
we've had obviously a number of different wars and military excursions, if you will. What are they all still like? Where are we getting most of our veterans these days that need help? Is it Operation Iraqi Freedom? Is it still Vietnam? What's the most problematic era?
Well, yeah, it's a mix. We get a mix. We get older vets. We're also getting the younger ones too. But as our Vietnam veterans are passing, because they are getting older, we're starting to get all of the Middle East. For the past 20 years, we've been over there fighting. Iraq, Afghanistan, it's just now we're Iran. So it's just a mix, I think. But we are starting to get that transition, and we just need to be prepared and ready, just continued readiness to assist them, because I haven't seen a point to where I'm like, okay, the military and the VA has this figured out, the transition period. It just still hasn't happened yet, because we're still getting that flow of those who come out homeless. And that's just not acceptable on any level. That's where that we all need to unite and figure out how do we fill that gap? How do we stop this? So that's just one piece of so many different issues they face. And if they do have PTSD or TBI coming out, or some of their mental illness or addiction, or just whatever the issue is, or they need training to cross-train into something else if they really are not happy with the skill set they earned in the military or learned, we can assist with that. We can provide guidance and help them on that path to success. It is possible. It's just young veterans need that support. If they can't find it in their family, then we need to step in and be that family.
Gretchen, real quick, talk about your own military experience and talk about what specifically you would like people to do. Another September 11th is coming up. And so do you find that around this time of year, as we start getting closer to another September 11th, that date, does that trigger some veterans?
Oh, absolutely. Yes, it does. Yeah, a lot of veterans come our way with suicidal ideation, and it hits them hard. It's tough. It's for our entire country. It's a rough time. But imagine the ones who served during that period, and so much has happened in our country. So much division, but during this time, we really need to focus on our veterans and understand that they've been in theater. A lot of them have, and it's just absolutely overwhelming for them to have this anniversary coming up again every year. It hits them hard. And, some of them had buddies that were killed right beside them. And just like with my dad in the jungle, one of his closest friends was shot, and his brain matter ended up, on him. And it just, how do you move beyond that, Dan? So we need to be out there letting them know that we care about them and we love them, not just on September 11th, but every single day of the year. We're veterans not just 1 day, 2 days, 3 days of the year during these holidays or anniversaries, but we are veterans every single day of the year. And that's where I feel like we need to lift them up and let them know that we do care about them and we're there for them for whatever their needs are.
And you were in the United States Air Force, and so I love that, of course. And people can go to the website, codavets.com, and you've got an event coming up with the Tennessee Firearms Association, if I'm not mistaken, so people can find you there as well if they want more information.
Yeah, absolutely. So September 12th, we'll be in Lebanon at the Tennessee Firearms Association, their annual event. They've invited us, so I'm so excited. So if you're in the area, come see us. It'll be a good time. We'll share some of our missions that we're currently working on, and just our mission in general. Go to the codavets.com website. Please donate, share on social media the individual veteran missions as you see them roll through. We have 2 that are posted right now. Both are pretty much evictions, and an older female vet and a vet who's taking care of his mom. He's a caregiver, gotten behind on his bills. They're going through an eviction. So just get out there and help us. Even if you cannot donate $5, go out there and repost it, because that may hit the heart of a donor who can.
All right, very good. How can people follow you on the socials?
We are on X platform at Codavets. We are on Facebook, and again, it is Codavets. And I have just started my TikTok at Codavets. No. So I'm just, venturing into that learning. I have no idea what I'm doing. So it's kind of a interesting time. So
Listen,
find us on TikTok and help us grow.
From what I understand, you've got to do some dancing or something like that. I don't know. I'm on it, but I don't bother much. Anyway, Gretchen, as always, thank you very much for joining us here on WTN. Good luck with Codavets. I'll see you down the road.
All right. Thanks, Sam.
All right. Gretchen Smith, codavets.com. It is 8:24 on Super Talk 99.7. There's so many, Jay, it's tough, because we have so many great veterans organizations that do incredible work. And no matter how many of these organizations there are, we still have such a need for more and for more support. And so whatever help you can give Codavets at codavets.com,
there's never enough.
There's never enough.
Never enough.
Sadly,
yeah.
8:24. All right, so real quick, Jay, as we've been doing this morning, let's talk about the problems on 40 eastbound first, and we'll get your news tease.
Yes, sir, Dan. It's still the case. 40 eastbound between Stewart's Ferry Pike and Central Pike. The Hermitage area. A fatal accident there several hours ago. The interstate remains closed there. Traffic is backed up all the way to the airport. They are rerouting folks onto Stewart's Ferry Pike, but in looking at traffic cameras, that is a slow go. Not much movement there. And we also have several other wrecks on other parts of the interstates around the area. We'll update you on that when we get to our traffic report here in just a bit.
All right, Jay, thank you. What's coming up in the news?
The trade war. Yeah, we've got that now with U.S. and Canada, and it seems to be escalating as kind of in the final hours when the president was saying, we got a deal, we got a deal. Well, we ain't got a deal, and we'll get you the information on that. And flash flooding in Texas. All that coming up at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
You know, we always worry about our mortality, right? You know, every time we get an ache or a pain, we worry about what's really going on with our bodies. Well, don't wonder and worry. Take charge of your health and find out for sure with Kraft Body Scan. Now, they can tell you what's really going on inside, you know, things like cancer and heart disease. They can really creep up on you, and it's really sinister. So you need to be vigilant about knowing that you're okay and not just hoping you're okay, because you want to be around for your kids and your grandkids. Now, I've been telling you about my dad, who sadly didn't pay close enough attention, and he passed away from a massive heart attack 6 months before his first grandchild was born. That's why I feel so passionate about what they do at Kraft Body Scan. These scans can literally be lifesavers, and right now they're offering our listeners their couples heart and lung scan, valued at over $2,500 for just $99. To take advantage of it, go to togetherwescan.com, togetherwescan.com, promo code Dan50, call them 615-436-1000, and do not forget that great deal Kraft Body Scan offering our listeners their couples heart and lung scan, valued at $2,500 for just $99. Togetherwescan.com, promo code Dan50.
8:31, and I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. The big story here locally has been traffic. I-40 eastbound between Stewart's Ferry Pike and Central Pike remains closed due to a fatal accident. We'll get you the complete traffic picture across the metro in just a moment. The trade war between the U.S. and Canada is escalating after negotiations collapsed in the final hour. ABC's Rachel Scott has more from Washington.
Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney declaring his country is at war with the U.S.
You're at war when you get attacked. We got attacked.
President Trump has now imposed a 50% tariff on $20 billion of Canadian goods, including hockey sticks, furniture, textiles, building supplies, and alcohol. Trump writing on social media, Canada wants the benefits of being a state without being one. Canada firing right back, accusing the Trump administration of throwing curveballs at the 11th hour of negotiations.
Two disasters 1 year apart have elicited vastly different responses from the public. ABC's Jim Ryan is in Texas, where extreme flash flooding has struck 2 years in a row.
After the disaster of 2025, the deaths of more than 130 people, including dozens of children.
We received significant donations very early on.
In this year's flood, says Austin Dixon of the Community Foundation of the Texas Hill Country, the number of casualties has been mercifully low, but...
And 4 times the damaged homes, 4 times the damaged businesses.
But only a fraction of the donations. Dixon fears charity fatigue is a factor.
The Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. They can be found online at beaconcm.com. Here's this morning's Money News with Jim Ryan.
Stock futures were lower overnight after the major averages posted higher readings Friday. The Dow ended last week with a 518-point gain to close at 53,277. The S&P and NASDAQ rose an identical 0.43%. The largest of the dozen states suing to stop the $111 billion merger of Paramount and Warner Brothers has canceled today's scheduled settlement talks. California AG Rob Bonta says Paramount acted in bad faith by leaking the details of a meeting held Friday. The newest trade war is the latest iteration of an old one. After negotiations fell apart, President Trump hit about $20 billion worth of Canadian imports with 50% tariffs. Canada says it'll match those tariffs, quote, dollar for dollar. Meanwhile, a ban on the importation of Mexican cattle into the U.S. comes to an end today. The embargo was imposed earlier this summer to prevent the spread of the potentially deadly New World screwworm among U.S. cattle herds.
We now have the stock numbers. Now that the opening bell has rung, the Dow, it's up 84. The S&P down 22. The NASDAQ, it's down 161. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather coming up. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News. Well, a bit of good news with respect to Interstate 40 eastbound there between Stewart's Ferry and Central Pike. The interstate opened back up headed eastbound, but you still have the right lane blocked there. Traffic is starting to flow eastbound, but man, it is backed up past the airport, so that's going to take some time to clear out. 40 westbound just before Briley Parkway. We've got another crash there. It's off over to the shoulder. The eastern split, 40 westbound just past I-24, 40 east at exit 213A and B. The left lane blocked there due to a crash. Several vehicles involved in a wreck on I-24 headed into town just before Sam Ridley Parkway. It's blocking the right lane. And 40 eastbound at the Williamson-Cheatham County line, that crash still there. And 840 westbound at Vietnam Vets there near Murfreesboro, a crash reported. That, though, starting to clear out. It has been a challenge getting around town this morning. I'm Jay Harper.
"20 minutes ahead of 9 o'clock. Good morning. Super Talk 99.7 WTN 840. As a matter of fact. So apparently Chris Hand is stuck in a lot of that traffic that is going on right now. So he is not yet here. If he shows up, terrific. If not, hopefully he'll be here by 9 o'clock. He said he'd be here by 8:40. But anyway, whatever. So the show must go on even without Chris Hand. Unless he doesn't show up by 9. Then you guys are screwed because I'm not sticking around. All right, real quick. You're going to have to explain to me who this Chicken Fry is. Now, there is this media personality, social media personality known as Chicken Fry. Her actual name is Brianna LaPaglia. She's apparently very popular. She's on this Barstool thing, the Barstool podcast with Dave Portnoy. She blasted Erica Kirk, of all people. I know, really lame. But I'm going to play this real quick. Well, real quick, just give her whatever relevance. Like, why am I playing this? Because a lot of people know who she is.
Yeah, Barstool Sports has obviously branched out into a lot of lifestyle and social commentary podcasts. And Brianna Chicken Fry, former girlfriend to one Americana, he doesn't call himself country, Zach Bryan, and she alleged some kind of nasty things. People were on her side about that. I don't think they will be fans of hers much longer after what you have to play here.
All right, so listen to this. She is talking about Erica Kirk.
Erica Kirk is a clown. There's no, like, she was a trad wife, didn't want to do anything beforehand. She was just there with Charlie Kirk, and now she's trying to act like she's some big activist, some crazy lady that's going to save all of women. You're putting women behind 5 million 100 steps and talking about how we shouldn't be able to vote and that women should give all of their rights to the man of the household because that's how patriarchy works and women are too emotional. Then what are you doing, Erica Kirk, standing up there and leading a rally? You're such a, like, hypocrite in the sense of you shouldn't be doing that then. That was what your husband should have been doing. And now you should shut up and just go take care of your family because that's what you stand for.
All right, so that is, again, Chicken Fry. She sounds like a real brain trust. So a couple of things. First of all, as far as I can tell, Erica Kirk herself never said that women shouldn't vote. She led some sort of a panel discussion where a bunch of women were talking about stuff like you do. And this was one of the topics that came up. But Daily Wire had a great headline talking about which one is the clown. Some woman who calls herself Chicken Fry or Erica Kirk, right? So that's number one. And Chris just walked in. Hello, Chris.
Hello.
Do you know who this Chicken Fry is? Real quick.
I do not.
All right, so Chris doesn't know who Chicken Fry is. So
her only claim to fame and relevance is the fact that she dated Zach Bryan and then alleged he was an emotional abuser. That's it.
All right. So a couple of things here real quick. First of all, apparently one of her this is what I love about social media, right? Where you can be just an absolute and gain fame. So apparently one of the things that she did was she apparently compared her leg to a Burger King chicken fry. That's what her big claim to fame was. She did a bunch of videos about college life and hangovers. Then she hooks up with Portnoy on the social media. I don't know if they hooked up, but now she's got all of the. But that was what she did for her big claim to fame. Now let's talk about Erica Kirk. She was a model, a college athlete. She won beauty pageants. Started a nonprofit as a teenager. Earned a degree from ASU, actually signed with a modeling agency. Then she meets Charlie and isn't just a trad wife, and I'm putting that in air quotes. She's not just a trad wife, but she starts a successful clothing business as well, and she created a Bible-focused ministry.
Well, don't blow past the education there. She not just has a degree. She has a Bachelor's of Arts in Political Science, a Bachelor's of Arts in International Relations. She has a law degree from Liberty University and a doctorate of education in Christian leadership. She's an extremely intelligent woman.
Sam, does her leg look like a chicken fry? That's what everybody wants to know.
She could probably make it that way considering she was a model.
So there's a couple of different aspects to this. I mean, obviously, you have some women, we could go down the whole thing about, repealing the 19th Amendment and all that kind of stuff. But I think it's ridiculous.
I'm a way bigger fan after all the Lindsay Clancy stuff.
Lindsay Clancy stuff? You're going to have to tell me what.
You haven't followed that?
You know about the trial?
Dump it, Chris.
The woman who murdered her 3 children by strangling them, but the millions of women showing support for her?
Oh, it's bizarre. It is absolutely bizarre. You got all these women.
What would you do? Like, put yourself in the shoes of a husband. If you saw on Amy's TikTok page that she was standing in support, doing one of the same Lindsay videos, what would that conversation look like at home?
Probably wouldn't be good. I'd have to ask her which, tell me Amy and I disagree on some stuff. I don't think she and I would disagree on this, but I would say, help me walk through why you're siding with a woman who literally admits to taking sending her husband farther away to get some Chinese food or whatever it was. And
Miralax.
Yeah. Huh?
You had to go get Miralax.
Oh, is that what it was? I thought it was a restaurant. Either way.
She sent him on an errand run, basically.
Yeah, basically an errand run. Further away than she would typically go. He would typically go. And then she takes her 3 kids down into the basement and kills them. It is horrifying.
It's just so dark because she had to strangle them for 4 minutes each.
She used a resistance workout band, which doesn't provide a ability to really close off the airway like a rope or something that's kind of solid.
And you have all these women who are, we talked about this on Friday, we have all these women who are out there supporting this woman. Basically what they're saying, as far as I can, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that she was overprescribed a bunch of medication. She was dealing with either postpartum or depression or whatever it was,
which is real, and I'm not.
That's a real thing, but I mean,
but they ignore the fact that she was going around doctor to doctor shopping. For
doctor shopping. You look at I saw online. You have an entire list. It goes all the way down of all these different doctors that prescribed her all kinds of medicine, but that's wrong.
And then you have
she knows that that's wrong. She put herself in a position to fail.
Then you have psychotic women posing alternate reality theories where they're like, the husband's birthday is actually only 1 day away from Donald Trump's birthday, so I think the husband did it, even though she confessed.
Yeah, people were saying that the voice she heard, which by the way her ex-husband testified, there was no mention of hearing a voice until 2 weeks after the kids had been killed. That's what he testified to in court when he came home.
So in other words, she was like, okay, I gotta come up with some sort of
exactly. Now the conspiracy theory is the voice she heard was her husband on the baby monitor telling her to do it.
So all these women people are now trying to say that it was the husband that actually did it, and she's taking the fall for the husband.
That's the more insane take on this.
So dumb.
Well, his birthday's 1 day away from Donald Trump's.
So therefore,
obviously.
Yeah, but
anyway.
When a man does it, he's a monster, right? He's not mentally unstable. He should be thrown in.
So anyway, I'm entertaining the repeal the 19th now.
Are you now? You're entertaining repeal the 19th?
It was a long way to get to that.
Because all women are as loony as this one here that killed her 3 kids.
Should you be allowed to vote if you're on mind-bending drugs?
Is there anything in the Constitution that says you couldn't?
Just asking the question.
Well, I'm asking you the question. Is there anything? I think Chris and I have some friction on this, like we do. But now, to your point,
I don't actually have any friction on it.
Oh, okay. Well, then neither do I.
There's no way the 19th is ever going to get repealed.
Right. No,
so
of course not.
It's a silly
Well, that's what we said
conversation.
on the podcast. It's like, why are there factions within the conservative movement that believe that we should repeal the 19th Amendment? Now, there's some people in Christian circles that, and that's what Chicken Fry, or whatever the heck her name is.
Chicken Fry.
Is the guy, the singer, is that the one she was singing, the guy that sings Chicken Fry?
No, that's Zach Brown.
Whatever.
My thought process is that they want a base take that they don't actually have to put any work for.
Yep.
Because there's no way it's ever going to get done, so you can just yell
He's
this
just
out on the
bloviating.
internet.
Yeah.
And then you don't actually have to go knock on doors and have anybody sign a petition or anything like that. It's just based, and then you move on. It's low-hanging fruit.
9009. You're right, Dan. All women are just as emotionally regulated as this woman. That's not what I said. Is that what I said?
Similar.
It is not. Shut up, Chris. You know what?
I agree.
Go get stuck in traffic.
Well, but it's been eye-opening. There's a text that's gone viral of a guy broke up with his girlfriend of 3 years over her opinion of it. She said,
That was smart.
Yeah. You want me to read it real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
So you're really breaking up with me over an effing opinion. And he goes, I'm not breaking up with you over an opinion. I'm breaking up with you because your opinion showed me a fundamental difference in our values. I can have compassion for someone struggling mentally without excusing what happened to those children. If I'm choosing someone to be the potential mother of my kids, I need to trust their judgment completely, especially when it comes to protecting them. What you said created a doubt in me that I can't ignore or gamble my future children on.
Smart man.
Smart man.
When you see red flags, run.
I mean, that's absolutely true. When you see red flags, run. And when you're dating someone, that is the time to find out where your values lie and if your values match. And there's nothing wrong with that. And this guy's absolutely right.
It's created a new term, apparently.
What's that?
Breaking up with a psychotic woman over her unhinged Lindsay Clancy opinion is to be referred to henceforth as clanceling. It's clansel culture.
Clanceling. Wow.
Clanceling.
I mean, the other day, when we were doing the Sam's World and for Joan, people were, we played audio of, back when, what was her name? Susan Smith?
Yeah.
Susan Smith killed her children, and, women were aghast at that. And
Called
they
her a
were
baby killer.
Yeah, baby killer, all that stuff. Now it's like all of a sudden, somehow it's acceptable to kill your 3 kids to some people. Now, I do understand that people are trying to say, but she was over-medicated, she didn't get the help that she needed, and maybe they're trying to turn that into some sort of a sexism thing. I don't know.
What was the lady in Minnesota that said the N-word? You remember that? Remember that story? They treated her like a pariah. Like, the woman who murders her 3 kids gets treated better than the woman that says
crazy.
the N-word. Like,
It is absolutely-
is that bananas?
That is crazy. Let's see here. 52. Dan, I'm in Franklin, and women supporting Clancy are protesting on the McEwen exit overpass.
No way. Somebody send a pic.
We would love to see all 7 people.
We need to warn their husbands.
You know what? 5225 says this. Child Protective Services should now be investigating all of the homes of the women supporting that lunatic.
There are women on TikTok. One of them was just arrested and had her kids taken by CPS, where she made a performative video in her kitchen, dousing the kitchen floor on fire.
Dude, she was an illegal alien, too. That lady.
Was she?
Yeah, she's going to
Is that the one that covered her kids in wax?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I saw that. Dude, what a bizarro.
Have you seen the ladies that are just losing their mind and throwing ice cubes in a bathtub?
No.
To deal with their rage?
Yeah, I did see that. I did. I did see that, and I'm like, what are they doing? And it's all, I don't know.
Is it just me? I'm like, I was worried for the bathtub. I'm like, are you going to put a crack in your bathtub? What are you doing?
I would have serious problems if Amy's ice cube chucking cracked my bathtub. But here's the thing, is that are they being stupidly performative for social media, or are they truly insane?
Yes, they're being stupidly performative for social media. Think about it this way.
But does that make you insane?
Two things can be true.
Two things can be true.
There you go.
You set up the ring light. Your toddler's there. Mommy, are you okay? 1 second, honey. 1 second. Record. It's so hard.
You're right.
Save, crop, post.
And
Exactly
then
right.
she hit post.
Anyway,
I'm glad I made it.
how bad was your drive in?
Chaotic.
Was it?
I got to see the back roads of Smyrna and Laverne, though. That was
Really?
nice.
Isn't the Waze app great? Is that what you use as Waze app?
I use Waze. I cross-reference a couple different apps at once to figure out which way I actually want to go.
Okay. Very good.
You know?
5203 has pointed out that it says something about no kings, and they're protesting Trump as well over in Franklin.
Okay.
I guess just a free-for-all.
You know, why does it not, is it wrong to say, why does it not surprise me that the nut jobs are in Williamson County? Like, and I have nothing against Williamson County. I know that there's a lot of really good conservatives in Williamson County, but from what I understand, there's a lot of lunatics like this in Williamson County, too.
Is it bad to say that I completely understand the Salem witch trials now?
She ate a tomato to the steak!
So the other thing that I would say is, we had to send somebody single over there and try to start picking up on these women.
Oh, jeez.
How funny would that be? Do you know what's so funny? If I were single, I would totally do that for a bit. I'd go try to like hit on them and just like, hey, you know, just like and see how that would go.
I bet you get approval from the Home Office for that bit.
Would you think Amy would be like, yeah, go ahead? Well, yeah, because she knows that none of those women would give me the time of day because I'm a conservative. But you know what? You could, I don't know.
I heard you like baby murderers. How do you feel about Nazis?
Oh, man. All right.
I'm a fan of Chris Benoit, so, you know, I'm a little bit of...
Have you seen those memes?
Yes.
It was like, if you can support Lindsay Clancy, then I can support Chris Benoit.
WWE superstar.
Dan doesn't get the reference. It's
What?
fine.
You lost me on Benoit.
Chris Benoit, he murdered his family because he had CTE and he was on a bunch of drugs.
Oh,
yeah.
So
okay.
That's the meme going around.
Oh.
If you're allowed to support Lindsay Clancy, I'm allowed to support Chris Benoit.
Or that guy in California abducted his daughters and then killed them in some state park recently. It was like last year.
I don't know. It's just they need to take care of this lady. She needs to life in prison or the death penalty. Clearly, it's pre-motivated or
Premeditated.
Premeditated and motivated.
All
whatever.
the metadata on her phone says that. She scouted the locations, checked all the times.
Yeah.
Didn't mention that the kids were dead when her husband came home. Just said they were in the basement.
Well, didn't she jump out the window?
She jumped out the window.
Paralyzed herself.
Anyway,
Psycho.
we got to go. 8:56. Jay, what's going on 40 East, real quick?
Well, actually, Dan, the roadway is open there now. Traffic still moving at a snail's pace, however, but at least the interstate between Stewart's Ferry and Central Pike is now open on I-40 eastbound, but the delays continue.
Thank you, Jay. Appreciate it. Real quick, your newscast at 9. What do you got?
Yes, sir. Fancy this. We've got more on the Lindsay Clancy trial. It resumes today. Also, the trade war between the U.S. and Canada exploding. And also a Manhattan manhole mystery. We'll have that for you at the top of the hour on Super Talk 99.7 WTF.
Thank you, Jay. Contours. Listen, I love Contours for not only what they've done for me, but what they can do for you. Listen, if you're a mom, you're a dad, and you've been... I don't want to say it like this, but you've been, I don't want to say stuck at home with the kids all summer, but you've been at home with the kids all summer, and now you maybe have some time to yourself. Call my friends at Contours and treat yourself to a treatment at Contours. You know, a lot of folks maybe want to take some walks, maybe a few workouts during the week. Why not a great trip, again, to Contours? They can help you Get rid of those love handles that have been bugging you for years. Treat yourself. Now, Contours, they specialize in red light technology. It is all the rage these days, red light technology. At Contours, they have the latest equipment to help you lose that unwanted fat. And that means no pain, no downtime, and it works. Matt and I have both done it. We love it. And right now, you call this phone number, 615-236-9960, 615-236-9960. You get that first treatment, that Belly Buster special of $99. First 10 callers right now, 615-236-9960, 615-236-9960. If you're one of the first 10 callers right now, you get that special for just $99. By the way, you lose 2 inches across the middle, or it is free. 615-236-9960, ContoursLLC.com. Tell them Dan told you to reach out, ContoursLLC.com.